beautiful to watch them squirm.
Live. Just check, see what's going on.
Beautiful.
Yep, there we are. Buster.
I'm fucking pissed. I mean, there isn't a fucking scale on this goddamn planet that can measure how fucking pissed I am right the fuck now. Hey, so, yeah. I can't get any of these cowardly fucks to debate me. Unless someone can give me a good fucking reason to keep doing this, I'm fucking giving it up. I got better things to do with my time. Nobody ever cites my work. My Angles to Polaris video. Nobody ever cites that. It's not the best one in the world, but you know, it's fucking something, you know, with a physical model. And it gets a lot of compliments. So I know it's not complete shit. Nobody ever plays my videos on their live streams. Or even little bits of it. When was the last time anybody shared any of my videos? You know, my most popular video is the Angles to Polaris video. And it has less than 1,000 fucking views and it's 2 years old. And I've got a shit community. I've got a shit community fucking not doing anything to fucking keep me doing it. Like I said, unless someone can give me a good fucking reason why I should keep streaming, you know, I'm done. So, thanks for the fish. I'm so pissed off right now. I've got a shit community. Made me look like a fucking asshole. Motherfucker! Fucking asshole! Motherfucker! I'm so pissed off right now.
Your world is full of illusions, contradiction between fact and fiction.
Fucking talking shit!
You never back your claims.
Like a little cowardly bitch. Fucking talking shit!
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
Motherfucker!
Unstoppable force on immovable feet.
You don't know how fucking pissed I am!
Straight lines converge in the distance.
Fucking asshole!
Why do I get so much resistance? I know.
Fucking talking
You'll
shit!
never prove me wrong.
Right the fuck now! God damn it! Motherfucker!
Now we get our physics deniers, pathologic compulsive lies. I know. You'll never prove me wrong.
You don't know how fucking pissed I am!
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez.
It's when knowledge and ignorance meet.
Fucking asshole! Motherfucker!
Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion.
Fucking talking shit!
We all know you're insane.
God damn it! I can't get one of these pussies after fucking talking shit to this motherfucker. I fucking still like him, but he fucking pissed me off. Motherfucker! God damn, he owes me a fucking apology.
Talk about your 2D surface. We all know you ain't got no purpose in life. When you think that you live on board.
I get fucking emasculated.
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez.
It's when knowledge and ignorance meet.
Fucking talking shit! Motherfucker!
Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion.
Fucking talking shit!
We all know you're insane. We all know you're insane.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez, and I'm pretty fucking pissed off. That's all I've got to say about it. Motherfucker! Made me look like a fucking asshole.
And we are live. To all the mods out there, don't worry. If you haven't got a wrench, we're just trying something new with the chat tonight. Don't worry about it. We're having to hold back on the chat for tonight. I'll go on to put on the cameras in a bit. It's Friday, free for all Friday. So if you want to come in, this is an open night. Come and talk about anything. And you got anything on your chest? You want to get it off? If you feel a little bit aggrieved by something, maybe somebody said something that you didn't agree with, just come and have a conversation. Come and get it off your chest. We're a welcoming bunch of people. Got quite a few people in here. Not just well, I don't think there's any flat earthers in here. But we've got some people who identify as Globers, and we've got some people who identify as whatever. Doesn't really matter. Everyone's an individual. Everybody's allowed to come and have their own say about things. None of the views are expressly anybody's particular opinion. People can say things without particularly having an opinion, especially of a Friday. This is free for all. You want to come and have a word with Emma? Emma's in tonight. She's feeling chatty. Although she said the voice is so...
I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, I know, your voice is...
I wouldn't say I'm chatty, but I'm here.
We'll have to wait for people to come over, because I'm sure that there's another live streams going in other places. Telling the bedtime stories or whatever, the fantasy stories. They might be finished. And then they might be coming out Friday night. You never know.
I think at the moment they're all talking out their buttholes.
Somebody likes a drink or two of a Friday night. We normally get quite a few of those in.
You mean Genesis?
All well, yeah. We do say you're best off not drinking. Don't please.
Fully hydrated. That's he just makes sure he's hydrated. That's all.
Please don't drink in Discord. I was going to go over an angle thing, because somebody seems to have gone over a test. Redone one of the challenges. Redone it, I think, specifically for me. I feel honoured. I don't know why he would do that.
Is this McGoon?
I think so, yeah. I've got a feeling he's rewrote his challenge. One of his challenges is direct at the Flat Earth debate crew. And he's... because we were asking for his definition of flat earth geometry, what he's done is rewrote his definition for flat earth to include horizontals being parallel. So that's what he's done. He's just redefined all horizontals being parallel as flat earth.
I think by doing that, he may have switched round. You know, they always go on about, well, Globers are 99.9% of the population.
Yeah.
I think they might have just switched that around with this.
Put himself in a little tiny group of crazy people.
Chat's going to be interesting tonight.
Mm. Yeah, I'm interested to know what's going on because, you know, when I was at school and we had the X and Y on the graphs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. None of those, the one they called those horizontals and verticals, and none of those, well, they were all parallel, let's say. So does that mean my teacher was a flat earther? They never told me that.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's more people than we realised.
Well, I'm still not a flat earther just because he says that he's redefined flat earther to say that all horizontals being parallel is now makes you a flat earther. It doesn't make me a flat earther. Got a proof that it's not flat. But hey, McToon, he's got other plans. He's a mastermind. He's taking the control of words and stuff and just manipulating them. But we all know that definitions are meaningless, as dictated by Ruhif.
Awakening an aware soldier. You can come in and have a chat if you want. You don't need to sit in the chat and call people pussies. Come and do it in the voice.
Thinking the same thing, Emma, right about now.
It's Free for All Friday. Why not?
Yeah, there's no parallel horizontals. If you even have the inkling that horizontals are parallel, because we got told last night, over the last few days, I don't know whether everyone was aware of this, but horizontals started bending by the power of the globe because they can't have parallels, horizontals especially being parallel. It's terrible. And I'm just saying, that's all I know, really. Differential leveling and horizontals and verticals being perpendicular. And how many verticals can you have on a horizontal line? Loads of them, because the horizontal line's a straight line and verticals are perpendicular to it. I don't want to be triggering anybody. It is Friday night. But I do have a little thing with angles. Should I get that set up? And then I can get that presentation done.
I don't know. You've got extremities in here if you wanted to.
Just ignore me. I'm busy listening and doing other things.
Well, you know about angles. This will be really quick. Okay. There we go. Video. Transition. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
In here we can. It's not come up on the YouTube yet.
What's it on?
It's only because it's probably quite a delay on it.
What do I need? I need me pointing pipe.
Ah, yes. There you go. It's up now.
This is good.
We have one angle here in between these two lines. Now, because horizontals are all parallel, this is a geometric thing. See, this angle here, if we don't move this, and we keep this at the same distance, where we keep the height, because if you imagine this is one line here, and this is another line here. And these two lines are parallel. This one here. In fact, like if we go like that. Ooh. So if we have that one there, like that, and then if we put it over here, this one, we'll be moving up and down on this line. So this line here is parallel, this line here is parallel. This line here will be parallel, and this line here will be parallel. So we're just dealing with parallels and angles. Now, if I move this up here, I can move it all the way up to there. And you've got this angle here. And you can move it all the way down to the bottom. And you've got this angle here. It's the same angle. Notice anything changing with the angle? Notice anything changing? No change. That means, if you put it here, this angle that you measure, if you can be measuring an angle if you want, and the angle, no matter where you are on this line here, if the base of the triangle stays the same and the height of the triangle stays the same, then the angle cast within here, providing you stay within this parallel line thing, then this angle here at this end doesn't change. Geometry. But that only happens because parallel lines, parallel horizontals and parallel verticals. So, I mean, only on the board. So, I've heard a bit about the dip angle correction. Well, I don't know what that is, because it doesn't matter where the angle is taken from. It's going to be in between two objects at this end over here, here and here. This angle here, always the same. And what's better is, once you've measured an angle, let's see, who have we got? Peach. Peach has got an angle. What can he do with it? Anyone?
Asshole.
Yeah, it's got an angle. It's got one angle. He doesn't know how long that is, and he doesn't know how long that is. He's just here with his angle measuring device, having a look at it and going, "Oh, I've got an angle here." And he could go, "Oh, I need to make a dip correction. Look, pretend it's down there. I'll measure it here, but then I'll just move it down here a bit, just for a correction." But I mean, what does it correct in? It's the same fucking angle. I must correct where I took my angle from, because it's going to be exactly the same wherever. So, there you go. A little bit of geometry of a Friday night. It's on the board in case anybody comes in and wants to have a bit of an argue about it. Genesis, there you go. Getting into the spirit of it. That should be the response to the sextant argument, if anybody. And back on to...
Oh, here we go. as predicted. When can I say I told you so?
Wait, last week?
Can I say it now? No, Bloods, no. No.
What?
If you're listening, Bloods, leave.
Oh.
Yeah, can you go and hide him quickly?
Is it hidden, like, completely?
Yeah. Can we not hide anyone or delete anything tonight? There is a reason we're doing this.
Free for all Friday. It'll be free for all.
Who was it?
CGI Ranty. I'll have to take a screenshot of that one.
I don't know how long it'll take to go through. Was it hidden?
Yes. Actually, I can do it myself.
Can you?
Only because he's in the chat now. Can unhide. Yeah, there we go.
Alright, yeah, because it hasn't gone through. Yeah.
Sorry, admin.
Sorry, yeah, doing admin on. So what do you think about my angle? You can do fuck all with... But, I mean, that is parallel lines. I mean, it is a bit easier to understand when you deal with the parallels. And obviously, because that's geometry, that can be proved. There is a proof for that sort of stuff. But that was just a basic magnets on a whiteboard. You don't get magnets on a whiteboard anywhere else, do you?
That's some fancy stuff you got there.
I know. Become a member, you could be part of buying those magnets. Patreon. That's what it's there for. Thanks, Flatologist. Thank you very much. I've still got a pipe in my hand. I keep putting it in my mouth. It's got nothing in it. I'm going to be doing anymore. I'll put me
So you don't actually smoke the pipe then?
Pointing pipe. No, it's just a pointing pipe. Times are hard. I might need a new pointing pipe.
I was just gonna say, if you need a few, we might be able to figure out how we can make that happen. I mean, nobody can just get by on one pointing pipe, Bev.
I know. Imagine when we go out live in the field. That needs an outdoor pointing pipe. And then you could always have a pocket pointing pipe. It's always impressive if somebody asks you where you want to go.
Absolutely.
Get the one with the compass option.
You could probably get one with a built-in seat as well.
Sorry.
So, yeah, we have had a little bit of fun over the last couple of days. We obviously managed to get our asking about the flat earth geometry for the definition of that has ended up with a redefining of flat earther. I mean, we didn't ask for that. We just asked for a definition of flat earth geometry, but we knew he'd made it up. And it takes a while to make up an entire geometric system built on bullshit. But I mean, we've already done it, so he's way behind us, and we knew he couldn't develop a geometry overnight because he just made it up. He'd forgotten that he might need to actually come up with the geometry after he made it up with the first challenge. The one that he wrote for Nathan Oakley in the Flat Earth debate crew. QE and 10th Man. But so he's rewrote it. It's got 2 challenges running now. We both can't win it at the same time, apparently. One just for us with parallel horizontals. And like we say, you can do fuck all with an angle. And I think his test, he gives you 3 single angles. And so we say 3 times, McToon. Thrice. You can do fuck all with an angle. You can do fuck all with that angle. You can do fuck all with that angle. And you can do fuck all with all 3 of them. So, over to you. Nobody's going to do your test. Nobody's going to take your challenge. Because it's a load of shit. Your sextant's a load of shit. You can do fuck all with an angle. You can measure an angle with a sextant. But then, unfortunately, you've only got an angle. And you can do fuck all with it. So, anybody wants to make up an entire geometrical system and pretend you can use an angle finding device as an old school GPS? If you think you can do that, then you're a lunatic. You've definitely not looked into it enough. But I mean, hey, I bet there are people out there. I bet there's people who go to cell nav classes or weekends, or maybe it's like a Boy Scouts thing for grown-up men to go out with the sextants to pretend they can do that. I don't know anybody that's actually been out on a boat with a sextant. I've got a sextant. I've measured an angle with it. And then I went, yep, you can measure angles with it. It's a bit tricky. And I can't really see the point in it. But you definitely end up with an angle. And as I've just shown you with the thing, the angle can be taken from anywhere to measure what you call it, an elevation angle. The angle stays the same. But there might be a calculation. People might want to be doing some sort of formula or something. It might be better for some people when they measure an angle to put it through some sort of a formula. Yeah, sorry if you've got you've noticed that your wrenches have disappeared in the chat. Don't worry about it. We're just trying something new. If in order for you to get on board with what we're doing, we're hoping that all of the moderators would come in and then we can come to a team talk. So dead easy to do. Just pop into the Discord and have a chat with us, and wrenches will all be given to people who are on board with what we're doing. We've got a team talk sort of tactics. Emma's told us she's got a cunning plan, so you have to come in and get briefed by Emma, the mastermind.
Yeah, don't scare them all away.
No. They all think I run this shit though, right? They think I'm the boss, foolishly, as if I'm just the guy that does the talking. Shit. Emma's the mastermind. So yeah, don't worry about it. If you just come into the chat, we'll have a little chat with you.
Bev, you can't say my name anymore. It's doxing.
Uh-oh. Yeah, sorry. Names. We'll have to be a bit sure. We don't know who will be doing what. Truth for All. I don't know too about that. That's one of them ones that I'm not too sure about. Who's in the chat? I need to go and make a brew. Is everybody all right to have a bit of a chat? It's Free for All Friday, so if anybody wants to come in and have a chat, as I say, if anybody wants to come in and try and explain to us why McToon did a rewrite on his challenge that nobody had even attempted to do, to involve other people that know better than thinking that you can do old school GPS, which is just triangulation. But I mean, you can't do triangles with an angle. Most people should know that. Yeah, flatologist is saying he would actually. He doesn't like liars. I don't think most of us like liars. How do you know somebody's a liar, though? There's loads of people out there that it's hard to see.
It is very difficult to. I get it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just want to get rid of people. You don't want to even let them speak because you know you've known them for a long time. Obviously, like online, known them. You know their background and stuff. But obviously new people don't understand that. So they see all the stuff being deleted and they don't quite understand why. We all do. We get it.
Yeah.
Come on, someone else is going to have to chat with me if Bevan's going to have a cup of tea.
Yeah, I've got to go.
Or make a cup of tea.
Yeah.
What's up, Emma?
Hey, John. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Wonderful. It's been an interesting day today.
How so? I'm just coming into this.
It's just the trolls. They've all gone mad today.
They always make it interesting, don't they?
Yeah, but this time they've really lost it.
I gotta tell you, I have a lot of respect for what Bev has been through the last couple of days with that. I can't remember the guy's name he was talking to, but wow, I was impressed.
Is that Dahomey Don?
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't remember his name.
Mm-hmm.
And his cognitive dissonance just is showing really clear. I mean, he just keeps searching and searching any way around what Bev's trying to explain it in his globular way, I guess.
Yeah. For some reason, they find it very difficult to talk to Bev.
I can understand why. But from their position, I can understand why. That's too logical. What else do you want to talk about?
Anything. It's free for all Friday, so anything.
A free for all Friday. I could bring things in here, but people always complain about the new thoughts I bring in.
No, honestly, if you want to bring something up, feel free.
Well, I always question, we always talk about what we're seeing, with our eyes, but, does anybody actually question, do we see with our eyes or do we see what's created inside our mind from what's accepted through our eyes? Because obviously everyone sees, well, maybe not everyone, but most people see things differently. So is that the creation we're creating from what we see individually? Are you understanding what I'm saying?
Yes.
I read a book a long time ago, Incognito, The Secret Lives of the Brain. And, it's written by a mainstream neuroscientist. And this was before I was a flat earther or awake. But it was a really interesting book. I actually read it twice. And if there's any truth to it, everything that we see is created within our brain. The picture is created there. We're not seeing with our eyes. The signals are accepted through our eyes, but the picture is created inside our brain. So everything we see is kind of delayed. Am I boring everybody to death here?
No. It is an interesting question.
And
It was an interesting book. I mean, like I said, it was written by a mainstream scientist, so its validity is questionable to me now. But I mean, I found the book so interesting, I did read it twice.
I would add, if you throw language in there, it gets even more complex.
Exactly.
Yeah. So if anybody's, I brought this up a couple times on the show and in the Discord, but neurolinguistic programming, just look that up. That's some interesting shit.
Yes, it is.
And how people internalize not only what they see but what they hear. And I think that, at least for me anyway, because everything's personal here, right? We always say that we're individuals. But for me, I think that goes exactly to why Bev and others in this Discord say you have to prove things to yourself. You can't convince anybody else. You have to have a proof. And proofs are personal. And they're personal because of what you're talking about, John. And yeah, so it's interesting stuff.
But there's so many different ways that the brain can be affected, and the way it interprets things. I mean, there was one part of the book where someone had an accident and they actually saw things in segments. You know, like they'd like see the bus coming at them, and then 2 seconds later it'd be like 30 feet closer. They'd see it again. People see in colors, people see in sounds. According to the book, now, you know, I'm not claiming this. I'm just telling you what the book said. I mean, it really blew me away reading that book.
Yeah, absolutely. Then throw in mysteries like deja vu and other things.
Exactly, and
stuff.
synchronicities nowadays. You ever listen to Matt from Quantum of Conscience?
Yep, I have.
He's a very interesting man. I like his take on things. And he's questioning, you know, that thing, how can things be real? How can this world be real and things happen as they happen? This doesn't make sense.
He came up with the word, the not nil. Are you aware
Yes.
of that?
Yes.
Yeah, I've watched a bit of Matt.
Yeah, I love his take on things. But if you're expecting me to carry the conversation here for a long time, you might be disappointed.
I just want to also say to the chat in YouTube, I have to apologise for you having to put up with the trolls.
I thought you were going to say me.
No.
Nice.
Everyone was really worried then. No. But hopefully it won't be for too long.
What, the trolls talking about? Something really interesting on there?
Not really. Just being trolls.
Mm-hmm.
That's all right. It's a free for all. Let them free for all for a day.
Let it out.
As Bev say, let your hair down Fridays.
Right, I'm back.
Yeah, you missed
Hey,
it, Bev.
Bev.
I said,
Yeah, what to do?
Oh.
I said your line. Sorry.
Not everyone can let their hair down.
Yeah, I had to.
Okay.
I had to get George out last night. So
What happens, right, if I want to call someone out in the chat, but it's their name? Am I allowed to do that?
Permission. Don't know.
You might just say the person who said X. And then
Okay, the person who said, "Lucky people, I finished early today, and here's Johnny."
Oh shoot!
Am I-
Did Johnny? Did Emma?
No,
No,
not John.
No,
that person's
that's
name
not
Johnny.
No, that's not their name. But
Okay,
am I
good.
allowed?
All right.
Am I allowed to say your name to that person? I have to check now, because apparently saying a name.
Did he have permission to say Johnny?
Well, I don't know. This is going to get very confusing.
Yeah.
It's gonna get complicated.
This is the problem we're having with the name
Oui.
thing. If you know, like if we're gonna have a problem with names, then We need to be able to sort it out. So if anybody wants to come in and let us know.
We may need an abacus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
are we allowed?
Just-
Are we allowed to say names? Are we not allowed to say names?
Is there a list of names somewhere that shall not be spoken?
What's the point in having a name?
We'll just have code words.
This is one snowflake started all this, my word.
Yeah, we have to make sure that nobody says certain names, even if other people may own them. We don't know. Seems to be there's some sort of a campaign.
So names are out. What about numbers?
Genesis is Johnny, so I'd like to know if that other person got permission from Genesis to use Johnny. This is getting very complicated all of a sudden.
Yeah, could somebody ask? I can't say his name.
Mm-hmm. How about the nutsack?
Oh, there
Use
we go.
Code words.
This is why we come up with these nicknames.
Yeah.
Because we're not allowed to use people's actual names that they go by. They tell everyone these names.
What about initials, Emma?
See, that might be cutting it a bit fine as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
And then they get butthurt when we use the nicknames, so we can't win for losing.
Yeah. So I think really we should have a list of numbers, and
Can
we
you
all.
spell out the name without saying it?
No, I think they'll probably find fault with that as well.
Yeah.
This
I
is
think
worse
anything-
than grade school.
Anything to do with letters or the alphabet, I think, is completely out.
We could change each
my name
with a
out there
shape.
because I know people can't pronounce it.
What if it rhymes? You do a rhyme?
Oh, maybe.
Well, even that can get you into trouble.
Like Rube Garbled Giants?
Spot on. You sound like you're talking into your beard again.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think the nicknames is quite good. At
Yeah.
least you can't get done for doing that.
So, unless you tell me otherwise, I'll have to call you Nutsack.
Mm-hmm. You see, cause
Make it a proper.
the nutsack drop is a globe proof, said Paid NASA Shill. So he can't be like the nutsack drop is the globe proof. So you'd have to call him the nutsack because he was the original. He's obviously not listening.
Hanging balls in beds as well. That could also be gone.
He's playing computer games. You playing an old Atari there?
Yeah. What are those noises? Beeping noises.
It's like he's playing Pong or something. Right up. Was that me or was it?
It was Spot On making noises. Spot On's being DP for the evening, I think.
I'm back. I never thought I'd be the guy that everyone talks about how shit their mic is, but it's
but you got jealous of them.
yeah, there was attention, so I thought I'd just get a real shit phone. Seems to work. If it's not that, it's the beard, you know.
So yeah, we have had an entertaining few days. Like we said, it's become a bit. I mean, I think that the horizontal sort of thing that's been wrote into the parallels I mean, that's very generous of McToon to write in T-shirt logic into the flat earthers. But I mean, that is the very thing that we have to prove it's not flat. So it just shows the desperation of a certain group of people, and he don't know what it is with his money and all of that sort of thing. He's trying to drum up. He's got some weird ways of drumming up business. McToon, if you want to come and promote your thing, just come on in. We'll give you an open floor. It's Friday night. Come and let everybody know why you changed. Yeah. Let everybody know why you changed your thing. I mean, I think you are listening. You've definitely got people over there in your thing. I think Mandelbrot got bought as well. I think he said that. I'm gonna have to have a quick look to check.
We have a tab drink waiting for you, McToon. Your drink of choice.
Were the parameters of his test challenge changed?
No, he just redefined a flat earther.
He redefined the flat earther.
Yeah.
I'm not up on this either.
You know, I'll get you I'll get you the clip. The challenge stays the same.
Okay.
But I'm just looking for that Mandelbrot. He said he got banned or hidden.
When?
Last night. It doesn't appear to be on here. No, I can't see him. No. Sorry, Mandelbrot, I can't see you. Unless you've been reinstated by the person that did it on the night. Right, let me get a... Here's a screenshot. He's took out the words flat earth thing. Let me find and you guys are going to want to see it as well, aren't you?
Where is this posted? Where can people go and see this?
I don't know. I would advise people not to go to the thing because he does say, he's admitted today, he does like doxing people, and he will dox you if he feels threatened by you. Oh, this is taking too long. I need a new PC, you know, to do a GoFundMe.
I think it's time. Yeah, definitely time for GoFundMe. I wouldn't use GoFundMe necessarily, but you know,
well,
they've been proven to be untrustworthy. But
okay,
yeah,
okay. So you guys can see that there, can you? I'll go here. So this is McToon's 10,000 sextant challenge, and he says on February the 19th I released 10,000 flat earth sextant challenge. It's like a flat earth sextant challenge, right? After more than 4 weeks there have been no submissions. However, there's been some feedback and questions. To address these concerns, in an additional version of the challenge has been created. This is an additional challenge. It does not replace. So the first one still stands. The one that we went, please define flat earth geometry for us, that you've defined. And this is, instead of defining flat earth geometry, this is what he's done. He's made a new challenge. Both are active One caveat is that if one of the challenges is won, both challenges are considered complete. Either version may be attempted, but only one can be won. See the other challenge for details on the background. Here.
So there's 2 challenges.
Now, this is a new challenge.
Okay.
It looks pretty much the same. Observation date of November 15, 2018, 4 years ago. Well, 3.5. So you've got a 3.5-year-old angle. I don't know whether there's age limits on angles, whether they decrease with time, or maybe expand with time. Who knows? We're dealing with imaginometry. And it's got speed, angle speed, temperature, angle temperature. Do you like that? That's good.
Angle speed.
It has got speed on there. Yeah.
And temperature.
That I like a lot.
Angles have temperature as well.
Yeah.
I did not know that. You learn something new every day.
What? This is a bit weird.
Speed up, they heat up.
Speed.
Speed
12
of what?
kn. I don't know. KNs.
I'm guessing that's not, but
Well,
that's the only one I can think of.
well, yeah. Speed of an angle.
Angles travel in knots.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
And it's got your pressure as well. I don't know. But I mean, this is the challenge. It's for flat earthers. It's a flat earth challenge. I mean, McToons offers 10,000 up. I don't know how often he does this. Or whether this is just a new thing that he's decided to do.
I don't know why people do these stupid challenges.
And it's
4 months.
It's legit.
Well,
it's
yeah,
legit. It says
yeah.
right there. It's legit. It's a legit challenge.
It's legit. Well, he's got it in escrow.
Because it says legit, it's legit, yeah.
Right, celestial navigation has long been
Or-
used to
or is
obtain
it-
one position on the Earth. What's this? You
Is
right,
it
spot on.
Leggett? Yeah, no, I thought it was Leggett rather than legit.
Oh, it could be.
I can't.
Leg it from it. Yeah. I would.
Well, that could be.
If you're listening to it and thinking of it, leg it. Don't bother.
Yeah.
Are magic books, are they included?
Well, I'm going to go through the framework here now. I don't think we'll get much further because it sounds like the other one. It says, navigators have used celestial navigation for centuries. They stopped centuries ago. Absolutely sure they did. It's not used now, so they may have done at some point. They don't anymore. The foundations of celestial navigation are based on knowing specific information about the Earth. Like, mainly, where you are and where you want to fucking go to. You should know where you are. At least you should know where you set off from. If you don't know where you've set off from on your fucking boat, then you're a shit sailor.
And you're screwed. Basically.
You've got a bad
You're
navigator,
definitely
right?
screwed.
Yeah, no magic book's going to save you.
And he says,
where did you leave from? I have no idea.
There was a beach there.
it says, the foundations of celestial navigation are based on knowing specific information about the Earth, a rotating globe.
Of course.
Celestial navigation. Yeah, of course. The boats. I'm sure the guys on the boats went, this is definitely a rotating ball we're sailing on. I bet you could get any sailor to agree on that, for sure.
I assure you that those words have never been uttered by me, and I was on a boat in the Navy for quite a while.
Yeah. Look how far down it is over there.
As was I. I don't remember any of that. I could have been drunk, though. It's possible.
So, alright, guys, we're on our way downhill now.
Right, so I'll read that again. It's like a comedy thing, isn't it? The foundations of celestial navigation are based on knowing specific information about the Earth, a rotating globe, and the stars in the celestial sphere around the globe. Celestial navigation uses measuring devices to obtain the angular differences between features on the Earth. It's an angle measuring device. I'd agree. Stars, planets, the sun or the moon. Lights in the sky, all of them. So you can go from the Earth and lights in the sky. You can measure angles between anything. Bits on the Earth and bits on the Earth. Light in the sky to a bit on the Earth. A bit on the Earth to another bit on the Earth. And then perhaps 2 bits in the sky together. 2 lights. You can measure angles all over the place.
How about a tree branch?
You could, yeah.
Can I get
A tree branch and a light in the sky. You could do a tree branch and the ground underneath it. 2 tree branches if you wanted to. You can measure angles anywhere.
Giraffes, when you're measuring a giraffe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, half a giraffe.
Half a giraffe.
In case you see an asteroid.
Oh, you know, the angular size of half a giraffe. It's much more convenient. It says a common measuring instrument is a sextant. A common measuring instrument. Now, how many, right? If you were to do a poll on Family Fortunes and ask people for a common measuring instrument, how many people would say sextant?
Oh.
Survey says.
This just shows how model afflicted you are, right? A sextant is a common measuring instrument. It's not. Using a sextant is so common that the term using a sextant is somewhat synonymous with celestial navigation. You should try that, right? When you're out there in the street next time. Hey, Nan, what do you think using a sextant means? Anyone? Using in inverted commas. You have to do the inverted commas as well when you say it.
Anyone?
Don't be scared. Don't be scared.
Next time you're on a cruise in the Caribbean and you get to see the cat, everybody gets a chance to go to the captain's table, or you can get in on the captain's table. You just go in there and ask him, "Can I see your sextant? Do you have one? Maybe in your cabin."
You have to do the inverted commas with your fingers like that and give a little bit of a wink.
No, that might be taken as a sexual comment because captains don't know what sextants are anymore.
No, come on.
Can I see
It's
your
common.
sextant, sir?
It's so common. You're not going to get in any trouble at all.
I want to try and use your sextant to navigate. Maybe point it at the stars tonight, young man.
Blue's asking us how you do it. How you measure an angle, Blue. Right, anyway, so have you noticed what's missing from that? I'm pretty sure in the old one, the other one that's running at the same time, it says globe geometry. I'm pretty sure that they used globe geometry somewhere in there to work out the celestial navigation. And it was a dig at flat earth geometry, right? And then he's got here, it says, flat earthers, brackets, see definition below. That's where it changes. Often claim that a sextant can only work on a flat plane. Now, he's put those in inverted commas as well, as though it's a speech thing. And when you do that, you know who that was. That's Nathan Oakley. He says that. I've heard him say it today and the other day. And other variations of this claim. What claim? A sextant can only measure an angle. Because that's one of those claims, but... Hey, a sextant only measures an angle. That's it. This implies that all usage of sextants to perform celestial navigation have never worked using mathematics applied, presuming the Earth to be a globe, and the celestial navigation can only work using mathematics applied, presuming flat Earth, as defined below. Okay, so we've lost the term flat Earth geometry and globe Earth geometry. But this implies that all usages of sextants to perform celestial navigation have never worked using the mathematics applied, presuming the Earth to be a globe. Now, anyone know any mathematics anybody applies, presuming the Earth to be a globe? I'm not aware of any. Straight lines to be straight. It's got nothing to do with the Earth being a globe. That's all about logical systems of straight lines and the shortest distance between 2 points, and even and equals, and all of that sort of basic fundamental logic shit. And it says celestial navigation can only work using the mathematics applied, presuming flat Earth, as defined below. So I think mathematics applied, presuming flat Earth, as defined below. He's giving flat Earth a mathematical system linked with flat Earth, which is below. Definitions. We asked him for the definitions of flat Earth geometry. Here we go. Flat Earth. Definitions of flat Earth. The idea that the Earth as a whole, a 100% totality, excluding topography, is generally a flat plane. This includes these ideas: the Earth is an infinite plane, all horizontals are parallel, the surface of undisturbed water is flat, and other ideas that have similar implications. Implications for whom, I wonder?
Couldn't you say the surface of undisturbed water is level?
Is flat.
Like flat.
Flat. Yeah. Flat. He loves flat. He's obsessed with flat. He can't get away from it.
Using that word a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He has flat Earth. And then it says flat plane. See definition for flat Earth. Flat plane. Flat Earth. That's weird, isn't it? See, a plane is a two-dimensional thing. And then adding flat to it does fuck all to it. It's still a plane. Doesn't change it. There's no other type of plane. So adding another term to it doesn't make it into flat Earth, because plane is just changing plane. Flat earther is a person that posits flat Earth, big F, big E, idea as defined above. So has he, in his redefinition, has a person posits flat Earth idea as it's defined above? That is that all horizontals are parallel. The Earth is an infinite plane. Now, see that one there? The Earth is an infinite plane. But also the idea that the Earth as a whole. How can you have a whole that's infinite? It's a bit contradictory, but I mean, me, not coming from a place of contradictions, has obviously spotted that as a contradiction. Now, if you don't think that's a contradiction, how you can have a whole that's infinite in the same thing. But I would say, I'd be with this guy, I'd say a whole, no, because you have to have a big E and Big E defines it as like an object. It's giving it a name. In order to give it a name, you have to know the whole, the 100%. And
you should be able to define the whole.
I don't. So I can't. I do know that level is horizontal, but I know that it's not flat because of that, right? There are elevation changes which negate flatness. It's a simple thing to say. Everybody surely says that, and I'm pretty sure that everybody would agree that actually it's not flat because of the elevation changes. So when you say it's not flat, then you'd be a bit silly to say it's flat, because that would be completely contradictory, and I can't have contradictions like that in my logical system. So I can't understand what is going on here. But and he says that the challenge now is using only mathematics applied, presuming flat Earth as defined above. Use the elevation angles to 3 separate stars. Well, I would say that an angle, like I said earlier, is just the inclination of one straight line to another. As we just showed before, they have principles of equality and symmetry about the angles, but parallel lines obviously exist because you have angles. You have similar angles. Like if you have one line and then 2 90-degree lines to that at right angles, i.e., then the angles will be equal and the lines will be straight and parallel. It's the basic foundations of mathematics. But apparently, I think McToon is saying that's flat Earth. But in order for me to do that and, you know, even attempt his challenge, which I would say you can do fuck all with an angle, so that's my attempt at McToon's challenge. But if I say that and submit it, am I applying Euclidean geometry to flat Earth geometry for McToon? Is that what McToon wants? Does McToon want to hear that Euclidean geometry has the definition of an angle that he even uses in the beginning of his competition as his challenge?
There's a couple of comments in the YouTube. You've got one from Mr. Blue Marble Science. I think I'm allowed to say that. I don't think I'll get in trouble for that.
Yeah.
Who says
a show on?
Yeah. He says it's all based on spherical trig. That's what you deny exists, and that's what you can't. That's what you can't use it. Okay, that includes the almanac.
The almanac spherical trig.
The site reduction tables and spherical trig itself.
Yes, spherical trig requires a ball, Blue. You don't seriously don't think that you do spherical trig with a sextant here?
And then you've got Turing Test, who says that where did the idea that all horizontals are parallel come from? This is plainly false.
Where did it came from? Well, just natural knowledge and knowing how differential leveling works, but
and every experience we've ever had in our life. But besides that,
spherical trig with it. Oh,
I'm sure every mariner knew spherical trigonometry.
Who's that?
Then you've got Turing Test, who says that
who's
where did the idea that all horizontals are parallel come
is that
from?
John?
This is plainly false.
Did somebody do that with John? Hello? That was John. Yeah, I've muted him. Is everything okay?
I'm not sure because he was server deafened.
Yeah. I don't know who server deafened him.
That was a bit weird.
Yeah.
I wasn't server deafened.
Okay, so McToons. I hate hearing myself. That was terrible. Competing with myself. I said that a few fucking 5 minutes ago. So I'm not going to be doing this challenge. I mean, the idea was to try and ask McToon what his definition of flat earth geometry was, and instead what he's done is he's redefined flat earth for us. And his attempt, I think, is to get people to do his challenge, which nobody will ever do. Yeah. Is somebody undeafened him?
Yeah, you can probably unmute him now then.
Yeah, I don't know what that was, John. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no idea.
So, flat plane is C definition for flat earth. That's because somebody's put flat in front of it. It's just a plane. 2D. Like a horizontal plane. They exist as a frame for measurement. Okay, so I think we'll be on over that. That's me done. I might do a quick video to explain it for McToon if he really wants to push me to do it. But after some of the things that McToon's been saying about me today, I'm not too sure.
Well, he was been saying them about everyone today.
Yeah.
There's been quite a few people. Carry on with your projections, though. It is amusing.
Right, I'm back in the Discord chat now, so it'll be best behaviour for a bit. Mods will be okay in here. Wow. When we say that the law of identity doesn't exist, does it mean that it's always A equals A is always false? Or that A equals A is not always true? Some weird questions people ask.
Solve a spherical triangle? Why would we want to do that, Lou? Like, did anybody wake up one morning and said, you know what I'm going to do today? I think I'm going to solve a spherical triangle.
Solve it? Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a wizard thing, doesn't it?
What the hell, Blue?
Like you can't solve a spherical triangle. I mean, what even is that, Blue? I mean, that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what does that mean?
Well, it's something that you wouldn't be able to do. It's like, yeah, damn right. It doesn't fucking make any sense. I bet you couldn't solve a triangle, Blue. I bet you'd struggle in reality with triangles, because I bet Blue's one of the guys that thinks triangles have more than 180 degrees. I'm wondering in which plane. I wonder if that makes a difference. Do you reckon? Do you reckon a vertical plane triangle might have 180 degrees and a horizontal plane triangle has more? Or what about a level plane triangle? or a spherical 2D, like a 2D spherical geometry triangle. Well, we know those. You've invented a way of measuring angles for those. Oh, we've got George in. Welcome back, George. Is that real, George? Or have we got somebody pretending to be George?
Yeah, Bev, it's me, but I'm on the phone right now. I'll be with you a little later.
Okay. Thanks for joining us, George. Have we got
Say
anything
hi
you
to
want to
Walter.
warm the crowd up with? A topic? Triangles. Maybe angles. What sextants can do.
Blue is probably on the phone with him. George, what are you doing? You crazy?
He's got to line it up. We need somebody to do something about that. Are we going to go with the straight line, or the plane, or the 2D plane? I wonder whether we could get Nathan to do that. Do you reckon we could get Nathan to add 2D to his... Can we have a 2D flat plane? See whether we can get them all together.
Blue can do that.
Unclamped. An unclamped 2D flat plane.
Unclamped?
Yeah.
Okay, you heard him, Blue. I was going for the clamp to make it easier, but...
No, let's freestyle this shit. Unclamp it. Let's go wild. It's Friday night. It's Friday night.
How about half and half? Half clamped, half unclamped.
Well, Blue being a woodworker, he'd know about clamps.
Uh-huh.
Blue can do spherical trig. Yeah, see, that's where I think Blue's old school, right? Because Blue's still talking about spherical trig. I mean, that's real old school. It's not spherical geometry, Blue. You're thinking, I know you are thinking of the planes cut through the sphere. That's why you're calling it spherical trig. Because it's trigonometry within the sphere.
And when you unclamp it?
It's already, it's spherical trig. It's a ball with slices through it. It's a 3D sphere with planes cut through it. And that's why, when they say great circles, you imagine the plane being the circle that's cut through. So you've got 3 individual slices.
It's quite an imagination there, cutting through the sphere.
That's why the 90-90-90 is if you can imagine X, Y, and Z cut, that would give you the 90-90-90 with the perpendicular shape in the center. It's a typical XYZ coordinate system. Just imagined as planes cut through a sphere, but I mean, the sphere shape's only there around the outside. The actual trig's taken from the planes cut through the center. Wow. Blue will know that because he's calling it spherical trig. good to have somebody who finally understands that, you know, actual geometry requires reality in the planes that cut through the sphere. A lot of people seem to think that spherical geometry is just the 2D surface. Not us and Blue, though, eh? We know. We know, Blue, right? Wink, wink. We can keep the ball rolling for a bit longer, though, surely. With the sextant game.
Have you said you have a sextant, right?
Yep.
Have you ever used it?
Took an angle, yeah.
So, I've never used a sextant, so you just pointed at a specific location, right?
Yeah.
And it has a mirror in it, correct?
It has like a half mirror.
A half mirror.
So you can look through the, like they say, the left-hand side of it. It's clear. So you can look and sight something on the left-hand side.
Okay.
Then the other half of it is a mirror. So that bounces the image back again.
Okay.
Right, and then there's another mirror that gives you a chance to double the angle when you know about angles. Right, so then that bouncing off that other mirror gives you a chance to look for a light in the sky somewhere.
Okay.
Right, now the idea is then to make it so the image you see on the horizon through the mirror array gets the light that you want right next to the horizon. So what you do is you align both of them up through the scope. Right? And then when you've done that, you look at the side of it and it's got a number wrote on it.
Right.
And that's the angle that there is in between those two things.
And then you have that angle.
Yep.
And then you do what?
Yeah, that's it. That's where everybody gets stuck.
Okay, that's my question, because I was trying to.
You could write it down. You could write it down and then take another one to another light in the sky, and then you could write that down. Right? You could have loads of different angles. You could have a book of angles.
From a specific location, though.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I was trying to picture that in my head, and I just couldn't see how you could get any more information than just that.
No, that's why we have the common term here. It's simple geometry for the simple man, and yeah, you can do fuck all with that angle.
It's true.
Mm-hmm.
Bev.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Blue's asking if he can have a look at your sextant.
Oh, yeah. Do you want to see the...
Oh, here come the jokes, the 60-degree jokes. Wait for it.
Why? There we go. There we go. Look. Ooh. See? Oh, we got the light on it. There you go, look. That's a sextant. A real sextant. So, I don't know whether you'll be able to see in there. You look through the eyepiece, and then you can just about see the half mirror there. So you look through there, look through that mirror, and that mirror that you look off looks through to that mirror. So you're looking through, and you alter this backwards and forwards. So you're looking through there, through this mirror, bouncing it off to this mirror here. And that one adjusts the angle there that you're looking at it from bouncing on that one. And you just do that, and then once you've got it all lined up, like you go like that, and then you go and you look at the number there. You read the number that it is, and it goes from 0 here to 120. It's just a little angle measuring device. It's quite nice, isn't it? It's like an ornament. Is that all right? Did they not believe me when I said I had one? Is that okay? Is the chat happy?
I think he's fixing to make.
God.
I think he's fixing to make a joke, but I think you killed it for him. Am I right, Blue?
Was I not meant to have one? Thought I was joking. I've had it for months. Months. Because this is the sort of thing we do. Everybody should have a sextant. A land sextant. Make sure you get a land sextant, because it's no good having a water sextant when you're on the land.
Well, it is a very common measuring tool, so I'm not surprised you have one myself, Bev.
Yeah. A common measuring tool. Oh, auditing the absurd. Where have I heard that before? I don't know. I got a land sextant, Ranty. It's no good. It's no good for McToons's thing. It's not what speed. It hasn't got a speed gauge on it.
Or a temperature gauge. Do you have a temperature gauge on it? Because I don't think you have that either on that. It's only on the supercharged models.
Yeah, Bev has a decorative toy. It's a sextant. It measures angles. Like, go on. If I can measure an angle of 33 degrees and you can measure an angle of 33.3 degrees, or could you get 33 degrees? Could you get a more exact 33 degrees than I could with my little toy? Because it just measures angles. I've got a protractor as well. That measures angles. Look at this. Got a big protractor. Let me see, put on my whiteboard. Look at that. I've got a big protractor. How about that as well? On my whiteboard. But you're jealous of that.
Oh, we can't see it.
You guys can't see it. It's just a big... There you go. It's got all the 360 degrees in there as well. It's got no extra ones. Has anybody got does your sextant do spherical access? Spherical access? Ranty thinks I'm a Freemason. You best tell the lodge, Ranty.
Don't let RV Truth or Jake the asshole find out. Holy shit.
Because I measured an angle. Uh-oh. It could be dangerous. Thanks a lot, Ranty. Do you want to come and go over the test? Because it seems like people are interested in it. I'll show you why a triangle can't have more than 180 degrees. I'll show you why a circle's got 360. a triangle has 2 right angles and a circle has 4? You know why? Geometry. Looks like we've got a bit of interest. Thanks for watching. If this is the first time, you're looking at a whiteboard with a big protractor on it with a full 360 degrees. No spherical axis. We're keeping that away from our circles because that would involve changing pi. It's weird how geometry works. No, I think we've got some of the experts in. We've got Georgie becoming and understand. Seems like our friends in the chat.
They've all come out to play today.
I know. Honoured.
All sextant experts, it seems.
Brave, yeah.
Oh, you don't know how to take an angle. Ho, ho, ho.
Well, that brought up another phenomena that I've noticed in the Glover community. As soon as you bring up any subject, I mean, it could be literally anything, they become experts on that subject. Part of that phenomena is like 10 minutes before, when they admit that they don't know anything about it, they still become experts 10 minutes later. I would say that's a phenomenon.
Yeah, I've noticed that a lot. Yeah.
The advantage of living in the matrix, immediate downloads.
A quick Google search, they read one paragraph, and that's it. They're experts now. Having previously said themselves they know nothing about the subject.
Yeah. I'm upset at them not liking my sextant.
Well, of course, theirs is bigger, more fancier, you know?
Yeah, it's not always
Probably
about
brass
size, though, is it? I mean, come
with
on.
diamonds on it and shit, you know.
Yeah.
I like your sextant.
I know, I like the old antique ones. I mean, come on, guys. Ranty, why are you shilling for tunes? That's terrible. Nobody'll do his stupid challenge because a sextant just measures an angle. And you can do fuck all with one angle. Or you could measure another one. You've still got one angle of a triangle. That's it. That's all you've got, Ranty. McToons has done well to bring us into it. We've been sat here at the side doing nothing, just trying to keep out of it, knowing that people get upset. So we'd like, you know, there's been an argument developed between two groups of people that have developed their own geometries, and I think we might have upset them by asking them about what the fuck's this stupid geometry you've wrote. He's made up geometries, and now you guys have to do whatever. I mean, there's quite a few of you come out tonight. Thank you very much. 54 viewers watching. I know Friday night's normally the best night for us, so welcome in. It's not Friday fight nights or anything. This is free for all Fridays if anybody wants to come in. We've got George waiting in the wings. He's just stoking the boiler on his PC. He'll be here with us soon. Got Ranty in the YouTube chat, shilling for McToons for a challenge that no one will ever do. And seems to be an argument that people haven't really understood. A sextant just measures an angle. Once you've measured that angle, you've now got an angle. The geometric facts of that is You've got an angle and you can do fuck all with it. Congratulations. Is Ranty doing that? Is that misgendering somebody? Is that not a crime nowadays?
I don't know, but he thinks that's your name anyway.
No.
But I don't know why he's telling you to do things when he can't even do half the stuff he said he was going to do himself.
Yeah. Go and do it with your drone, Ranty. Go and measure it with your drone. You can measure it at 2 different heights.
What about the mountain thing with the theodolite or auto level?
Yeah, the one that Ruhif bought him over at Katz's, round the corner from Katz's.
Still at the store.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did you get your car fixed, Ranty?
Yeah, and saying that he would like you to make some money. Ranty, the only person here at the moment that has been online begging for money has been you.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing as it's free for all Friday.
I don't navigate with the sextant, Ranty. I'm fine, thanks. I don't navigate with angles. They're so obsessed with it. You guys must love it, especially at this Cell Nav group. I'm not particularly bothered. Although I do have a sextant. It's more, like you said, it's not a toy, but it's more of an antique sort of decorative piece. I've got all the stuff up there for me, lad. Gyros. All sorts of bits of kit. They're all just sort of sat there. But, I mean, they have been used.
I have an idea. Let's put Ranty in a boat in the middle of the Pacific. Blindfold you. You're not going to know where you are. We'll put you there, Ranty. We'll give you a sextant. And let's see if you can make it home. Up for the challenge? Sextant Navigator? I would pay to see that. Now there's a worthy crowdfunding, right? Set Ranty into the Pacific. Sextant challenge.
You want to be careful. They might take that as a threat. So you never know what they're like.
Nah, come on. You know what I mean. Navigate home. We'll have a bona fide captain that knows what he's doing once Ranty makes a fool of himself, and he'll safely navigate him home.
What do you mean once he's made a fool of himself? He's just said, so you believe navigation is only completed with a sextant, Bev?
We never said that. Bev never said that.
Well, you know, they obviously, I mean, I hope people are watching and seeing what's going on here, because it's quite obvious that some people aren't hearing the same things. It's as so, like Buster says, they come with so much baggage. They're unable to hear anything, and they just hear whatever they want to hear. I think it was a Bertram Russell quote I had. Let me see if I can find that for the live chat. There you go. Let's see what that goes like. A stupid man's report of what a clever man says can never be accurate because he unconsciously translates what he hears into something he can understand. Quite poignant. I don't know why I say that. Logos, I guess. It is Bertrand Russell. Sometimes even the words of a crazy man make sense when everything doesn't make sense. But that's a good thing. How good thing can it be if you're listening to Bertrand Russell and thinking, perhaps one of his mates said it. Perhaps one of his mates said it and he thought, hey, that sounds clever, I'll just say that. He ended up getting quoted for it.
Oh, Ranty says I'm a lady. Thanks, Ranty.
Oh, wow. It's because you were... Oh,
Yeah,
do you
he's
reckon
got hurt now.
recording it? He might be recording it so he can get some clips.
I don't know, but he's now butthurt.
He's short of material.
Carry on, Randy. Let it all out. It's Friday. Have another drink while you're there. Come and have a chat.
Is he at the pub again? Working up the courage?
I don't know, but yeah, come and have a chat, Ranty. That would be fun.
Times have changed, Ranty.
So nobody liked my Ranty Pacific challenge, huh? Okay.
Oh, Genesis is coming.
Yeah.
We only have to say your name, Ranty. That's plenty of dumb stuff.
Have you heard that? House and Y puts Hardy told Bertrand Russell, if I could prove by logic that you would die in 5 minutes, I should be sorry you were going to die. But my sorrow would be very much negated by pleasure in the proof.
Well, those are words of a sick man.
That's Hardy to Bertrand Russell. That's fucking great, that. It's like two old blokes taking pleasure in talking about logical proofs about the other one dying and dissing them at the same time.
Geniuses of their time, no?
If I could come up with a proof that you were going to die in 5 minutes, I would be very sorry to see you go. But I would be rather happy that my proof was real.
Therefore negating my sorrow of your death.
Yeah, there's some weird people. And you think about it, people like this sort of age and all of that might have been the teachers of a certain group of people that are a certain age. You never know. You never know. Growing up in the age of diletheism must be hard. See, I think I was a little bit too young for that when that started going on. I'd have been going through my childhood. But if you'd have been a bit older at the birth of diletheism in the schools and all of that, you know, you might be 18, 20, you might be impressionable, you might be going through college structure and all of that at the time. And they might have just been making up new logic, paraconsistent logics. Allowed you to open your mind.
I wonder what George thinks of dialetheism.
George wouldn't know about it, I don't think.
About what, Montreal?
Dialetheism.
What, Star Trek, dilithium crystals?
No. Dialetheism.
Oh, dialetheism. Never heard of it.
Well, it's kind of translates to two truths, or something could be false and true, and all kinds of crazy stuff in between.
Well, how can that be?
Exactly.
Either it's true or it's false.
So we can prove something then.
I sure hope so.
Wow. I wasn't expecting you to say that.
Why? You talked to me about proofs before. I gave you my statement on proofs.
Don't forget about how deep dialetheism goes.
Yeah. We'll do that some other time, George, the proof. But dialetheism is a very serious thing, bro.
I think not.
You sure?
Well, like I said, I'd never heard of it before. If it was serious, it certainly would have come across my path.
All your schooling and you never heard of that term?
Nope. I even took philosophy courses.
Well, to be honest, I ran into it recently myself, but a lot of that has been going on. The ability to hold two things true at the same time. Like, you want me to give you an example, George?
Give me an example.
A straight line can be curved.
That's a truth?
That's a truth?
I'm asking you. Is that...
No, I gave you an example of dialetheism.
You said it. Two things could be true at the same time. How is that two things being true at the same time?
Two truths.
How is that two truths?
Can you have two truths?
Oh, God.
I think the meaning is that it can be truth and false at the same time.
Dialetheism's a bit different, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
Do you have
SE
an
said.
example of that?
Yeah, the one SE gave was perfect, right? Curved and straight. Those are two different truths being simultaneously true in the same identity of the same line at the same time. It's impossible.
Dialetheism is it's a sort of a defense mechanism toward for cogdis. Right? It's a way for you to be able to accept a paradox or a contradiction, to sort of ignore it, to be able to accept it, right?
Yeah, basically that, yeah. Curved and straight. Like open and closed.
At the same time.
Like stationary while moving.
There's tons of them.
Yeah, traveling straight and curving at the same time.
Every direction.
All this stuff is dependent upon your definitions.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Now you're getting it, George.
Yeah. You see, your brain did that thing.
What?
Where you decided that I'm
No.
sorry, George. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I've found over the years that most arguments, the basis of most arguments is people talking past one another, that they have a different concept or idea of definition of terms. And so they end up talking past one another because they haven't, prior to the discussion, established the meaning of certain words or terms.
Agreed. That's why the Socratic method is important. Agreed.
Most arguments could be resolved just by the parties sitting down and first going over the definition of terms, and so that they both are on the same page. If you're not on the same page, then you're never ever going to resolve any discussions or arguments.
Agreed. That's what we try to do here, but most of the times with most people, we can't get past a straight line, what a straight line is.
Well, you have to define what you mean by a straight line.
The shortest distance between 2 points.
Well, that is not a complete statement, though. That's dependent on your geometry on what it is. I mean, if you're on a flat plane, then a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. But if you're talking on a surface, a straight line is not going on a surface. Is we extend the concept of a straight line to what we call a geodesic, which follows along the curve of the surface, but that's not a straight line, but people consider it as being a straight path, that it doesn't deviate right or left, but it can go up or down. Like, if you're in hilly country, you say you're going to travel along a straight path. Well, along that path, you have elevation changes, but you're not deviating left or right. So you have to be a little more complete in what you mean in terms of, a straight path or a straight line. But if you're in 3D,
sorry, are you finished? Sorry.
Almost. If you're in 3D space, then yeah, a straight line has a very, everybody pretty much knows the concept of a straight line, in 3D space between 2 points. It's like taking the edge of a ruler, going between those 2 points.
Right. Now you see all that complexity. You just did all that stuff that you just said. That, I don't mean to insult you now, George. That is what dialetheism is. Because we define the straight line. Everybody knows what a straight line is, but yet somehow you reverted. Yeah, but if it's on a sphere.
No, I did not say a straight line on a straight path. Different than a line.
Yeah, but we were talking about a straight line.
Okay, well, a straight line, if you're talking about geometry on a sphere, then straight line in the strictest definition doesn't have a meaning, because say you're on the surface of a sphere, or you have 2 points between London and New York, and you want to know the straight line distance between them. Well, unless you're being very technical, most people will say, they'll consider it being a geodesic along the surface, but technically, strictly speaking, a straight line distance between New York and London would be a line that goes through the earth, like a tunnel between them. That would be strictly a straight line between them, but realistically, that's not how we travel between London and New York. You have to travel along the surface. Nobody, has a digging machine as a vehicle to find the straightest path between London and New York. The straightest path is through the earth. You'd have to burrow through the earth to get the straightest path.
That's assuming the earth. Well, hold on. You're assuming now that the earth is a sphere. You're presupposing this. And you're presupposing that there's a hump.
You're presupposing it's flat.
No, I'm not presupposing. I just said a straight line.
You are. You're presupposing it's flat.
I never said anything about the earth.
But you said I'm presupposing it's a sphere. So you are implying
you said that, George.
Statement that it's not, so it must be something else.
George, we're talking about a straight line. And you brought it to a sphere. You said, yes, a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points, yes. But then you said, but if you put it on a sphere, you're giving me incomplete information, you said. Then you said, if I put it on a sphere, you did that, not me. So
No,
that's where dialetheism comes in, George.
No. Well, you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you're talking about being on a surface other than flat, when you say the shortest distance, that implies you're going along the surface. That doesn't necessarily mean that you are defining or trying to find a straight line. When you're saying the shortest distance, the implication is that you have to travel along the surface, because there's no other way to travel on a solid object other than, practically speaking, other than traveling on the surface. Nobody's going to
in
be
the air,
burrowing through a 3D object to get from point A to point B.
or you could go in the air.
Hold on, I'll be back. I've got to, Khan's nudging me. He wants, it's dinner time. It's 5 o'clock. He's very stringent with his dinners.
Let the dog out for a piss, George. Go on.
Yeah. See, I wonder how high, right, you would have to go to miss the curved surface that he said you would have to burrow under to make a straight line. So how high would you have to go to barely miss that surface at that certain point? I mean,
Yeah, you read my mind, Rakia. Yep.
So
We're
if you go in
boring
the
through the
air,
earth.
yeah, or if you're in the air, you're having to go higher than your starting position. Like if you go 10,000 feet, take off and get to 10,000 feet immediately. Well, to go over, you would have to continue the climb, it would seem, right? Which makes sense. If you have to burrow through to avoid the curved surface, then you would have to climb higher to avoid the curved surface. Well, enough about curved surfaces. Straight line, right?
Yep.
Straight line distance would be path or otherwise would be the shortest route between A and B, right?
Absolutely. Now everybody could see why I told George we never get past the straight line.
Yep. They have to bring it to a ball.
You should have got the whether there's any shorter distance.
I was getting to that. Somebody takes over because my pizza just came.
Yeah.
I desperately want to ask him that.
Run away, SC. Run away. I mean, I had you right there on the ropes, and now you're going to run away.
Go and eat, you dirty cow.
Yeah. How dare you? How dare you walk away from me while I'm talking to you?
I don't like pizza.
It appears I've got a hate fan report in the channel. I don't know whether it was a copyright strike or something, but you know that camaraderie there's meant to be between YouTubers. It appears that not all. It appears.
I would say it still exists, but it's kind of biased. I'll give you an example. Today, McToon was in Jose's chat. He was doing things that aren't right. I won't mention them, but things that aren't right that he should be timed out for. And instead of timing out him, Jose timed out the people that McToon was making accusations against, stating that the people getting accusations made against them were there to create drama, when in actuality we weren't. We were there in conversations when McToon made the accusations. So there is some camaraderie between YouTubers such as Jose and McToon, but it seems to be biased.
Yeah.
Shout out Jose JG. Deception Channel. Maybe a little bias mixed in.
Well, if anybody was listening yesterday, we had a guy in And he was making all sorts of threats, and it turns out I didn't get any notifications, so they may have just been threats. Now, he said that perhaps McToon wanted to do that as well and back him up. And then McToon was saying to me that he wouldn't want to do anything like that. Well, it changed a little bit later, and today's been a little bit weird. And it appears now that McToon has actually had to go and say what when Bob said McToon will do it. He turns out he has. Or it could just be another one of those veiled threats that seems like Bob was handing out the other day. I don't know what it was. But everybody was in here. They saw what he was doing. Threatening to copyright strike and do all of that sort of stuff. And we've had a strange group of people round today. Hypocrites, I call them. So after having to ban one of Bob's accounts last night for writing my name in the chat, it's not good. And we've had McToon come round today, and he got banned from the Discord server for doing the same sort of thing. It's very strange. I don't know why people are so obsessed with people's names. Very strange. But McToon's just sent me a message to let me know that he's reported last night's stream, like Bob told him to. So that's a good boy. He do that publicly for you, McToon, so everyone can know that you bowed down to Bob.
Why would you go out of your way to protect a man like Bob?
He must be the big man. You're Kaiser Sosa.
With his history.
Yeah, they may use it. They may use a history like that in order to get rights to be able to get offended, right? You never know. It might be there as a ploy for you to talk about him. So then he can strike you and stop you from talking about him. Don't know.
Maybe it's Bob's history that makes him have to do things like this.
Hide himself, yeah. Although I'm not sure you can be a public figure and then kind of be out there saying your name and everything, and then all of a sudden decide that you don't want it out there.
Well, maybe he got ousted by the public, and now he's trying to, kind of do some payback on the public. I mean, there's not many reasons you can give, right, for a grown man, another YouTuber, to try and do what he's doing on a daily basis. It's got to be something, right? It's got to be something personal.
There's Saragaki in here. Check this out. There you go. That's from the YouTube chat, so thank you, Saragaki. And the Me6 bot in the background shows an implicit assertion that all verticals are parallel to each other, which is wrong. Oh, thank you very much, Saragaki. It's good to know it's working, isn't it? It's like basic logic about geometric facts is like garlic to a vampire. Our logic bot. Look, even Genesis is taking the piss out of you, McToon and Bob. Look at him. From the chat. Genius, Genesis. Genius.
Bob could just retire, though. If he's not liking this arena, I'm not sure why he's here. I mean, if you're so certain about something, I don't know why you want to spend all day talking to people you think are stupid, Bob.
At a place that you deem not worthy.
Mm-hmm. I find it very strange.
And yet he's here every time we have a live show, it seems, which is every night. It's weird. It's a strange guy.
You might even
By the
be
way,
listening in on full accounts.
He just announced that his event coming up next month of his Cavendish experiment is not open to the public.
No
That you
way,
have
a private. He's got a university to do a private showing.
That's what he said. You have to
Wow,
contact him by
that's
email.
exclusive.
I might run by there tomorrow, though. Tennessee's a beautiful place this time of year.
Well, you might want to watch who you're doing. If he can shut down a university for Blue going over there.
Oh, that's true. I didn't think about it. Maybe he's got...
That's a big man.
I think Emma is the smartest person here.
Maybe.
Okay.
I
I'd
don't
agree.
disagree with you there, Jonathan.
Yeah.
No,
I doubt
definitely
it.
not.
Anyone would dare disagree with you, Genesis.
Yeah.
That's a good
No,
statement.
honestly,
Who is smarter than Emma?
No one.
no one would dare say they are, but
Nobody.
there are people that are smarter than me.
No, I'm
Obviously,
right then.
I am not the smartest in the room.
You, of course, you are.
It depends what you mean by smart.
It's not hard to be smarter than these guys here, like Bevan.
Oh, you were being derogatory towards everyone else in the room. Does that include yourself?
No? Yeah, of course, yes.
Did he say no? Yes, of course. I mean, like,
No,
come on, Genesis.
I deflect. I'm not smarter. Emma is smartest.
See?
Evening.
Evening.
So what do you think about Blue? I mean, how big a man must Blue be to get them to shut down a university to just do a showing of his seismometer?
Are they shutting down a university?
Well, they're just sort of making it private. That, you know, not anyone can go there to go and see Blue's thing. Blue can hand out invites to it, but they're going to make sure that only... Is there a guest list, Blue?
I don't...
I bet you'd have to go through, sign your name, show your documentations, get your little sticker.
He's just, all he's done is phone up and say, can I come and have a look at where my thing is situated? That's it. The university is not going to say no.
It's got to be a big event.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, not many universities have a seismometer.
No, and the fact that he's inviting people is ridiculous, and hence why he's turning around saying, oh, no, it's not an open thing. Because if he did turn up with a group of people, then they might be like, what's going on?
When I called today and asked for the size, how'd you say that?
Seismometer.
You know what? And they couldn't understand me either. But when I explained to them what it was and who made it, they didn't know what I was talking about. But I probably was just in the department. But I'll do some more digging. I'm gonna run by there tomorrow and check out the parking.
Nice. Get a good suit ready for when you go there, because you want to look good.
I gotta get mine out. Like, take it to the cleaners, I guess. I haven't worn a suit in a long time.
A big event. Is there like a ribbon? Have you heard?
No, I asked if it was a black tie. He said no. RSVP said not really. I'll just have to contact him by email. It's not public. You know, it's not open to the public. I asked him the dress code, and he didn't respond to that.
Is he going to smash a bottle against it?
Yeah, oh, that'd be
Ooh,
cool. A little miniature.
Maybe swing it from a rope like a pendulum and let it hit like they do on big yachts.
Yeah, that's what I was on about.
That woodworking's too perfect to do that there. You'd have to do it like on a post next to it or something, just kind of have a ceremony.
Yeah, he's only got 33 slots, obviously. Only 33 chairs. Is there a speech or something? Is there like somebody going to do a thank you or something? Or is Blue doing a speech? I bet he, like a final farewell sort of thing or something.
I was more interested in the after party. I mean, if they're going to serve some drinks and maybe some of those little cut up sandwiches, I'm definitely thinking about going.
Salmon and cucumber.
Some dip. Maybe dip. Maybe have some Orbit gums and Mars bars.
But I see Betty's in the chat. Who is the globe geometer of choice now? Because it seems like in that thing, I don't know whether you saw earlier, Betty, that MacToon has put all horizontals being parallel in the geometry for the flat Earth. Well, I mean, he's just put that into flat Earth, all horizontals being parallel. So, what do you think about that? Because I'm pretty sure all horizontals are parallel, especially at school. Imagine my shock when I heard that. I'm thinking about whether to tell me lad that to go into school and tell his teacher that a guy on Discord's redefined what it is to be a flat earther, and now the teacher seems to be teaching them flat earth stuff in maths class. Maybe George might be able to help him out a bit, but I'm pretty sure the XYZ coordinate system leaves the planes all parallel. Yeah. It's hard work, isn't it?
Supposed to be a free-for-all Friday, Bev. And, like, no one's...
Oh, no.
George is quiet. Genesis is quiet.
George has
Everyone.
had to go and let his dog out.
Just ask me anything. I will answer it.
George is back.
Is he?
Yeah, he came back.
Okay, Genesis, what would you like to be asked?
What would I like? What?
What would you like to be asked?
Any scientific question or mathematical question I could answer?
Ooh.
Otherwise, I'm lost.
I got one for you, Genesis. I got one for him. Ready, Genesis?
I'm always ready.
Okay. This is a simple one. We're gonna make a pipe horizontal. You think that's doable, right?
A pipe?
Yeah, a pipe.
You mean a level, or what's a pipe?
A pipe. This is already starting off
Like
bad.
not a pointing pipe or a smoking pipe.
Like a drain pipe. Like a steel pipe that would...
Okay, I got it. You have a smoking pipe level.
We got a steel pipe, and we're going to make it horizontal. Not sloping, not curving. It's dead straight horizontal. Is that possible?
Okay, this smoking pipe is totally horizontal. I got that.
Not the smoking pipe. The pipe that carries like liquid, like
But
oil.
it was a smoking pipe.
Yeah, I think you're just clowning now already.
Am I? But
Yes.
they've said that.
Genesis, you wanted to be asked anything.
You're talking to me now, Genesis. Do you hear me? Can you hear my voice? Do you have a steel pipe?
I stay being serious now, yeah? Please,
Yeah, listen
ask me.
up, guys. This is your representative now.
Yeah.
All right, Genesis. You have a steel pipe. You make it horizontal. Let's say it's 10 feet long. Can you make it a horizontal 10 foot?
Okay.
So you got a horizontal 10-foot pipe, right?
Yeah.
If you pour water in one end, which way would it flow?
Nowhere. If it's horizontal, it was not flow anywhere.
Okay. What if you make it 100 miles long horizontal? And you pour water in one end. Which way would it flow?
Nowhere. If it's horizontal, it will not flow anywhere.
You sure you're a Glober?
That's not true, Genesis.
Uh-oh, here we go. George is going to save you. Hey, George. Genesis.
I'm wrong. Let's get into George.
Genesis, let George teach you your model, sir. Go ahead, George. 100-mile long horizontal pipe, George. You pull water in one end. Which way would it flow?
You don't have to pour water. Just take a marble or ball bearing, put it on one end, and they'll roll to the center.
There you go. So the water would flow to the center, right?
Yes, of course, because if you have a 100-mile pipe and you make it horizontal at the center,
okay.
Say at the center, you balance it so it's horizontal at the center.
Center of what?
Then if you put a ball bearing water on one end, it will all go to the center because the ends are at a higher elevation than the center. The center is at the lowest elevation.
We got you, Bob.
Okay, my error.
Hang on,
go to the center.
Hang on, yeah, let's not be fighting, guys. Let's not be talking over each other. George was doing a very good explanation there.
Yeah.
Rob interrupted him a little bit, but that was very good.
Let me go through this with him, Genesis, please. George. So what if we do fill it with water from each end? Would both the ends water that you're pouring in there travel slow, move towards the center?
Yes.
And with the water in the
bearing, even if you had a ball bearing or a marble,
I heard you, George.
Put them on the ends, and they will roll to the center because I just told you.
Yeah, but we're using my example.
Hey, will you quit?
It's not hard. We
heard
you, George.
Speak? No, you
already
didn't,
said
because
it.
you asked the question. I'm going to clarify it again.
You've already said it.
The center is at the lowest elevation. The ends are at a higher elevation, so anything you put at the ends will be going downhill, so to speak, to the center.
Gotcha, George. I understand you completely. Thank you for your answer. Now I'm going to move on. So when you pour the water from each end and it gathers in the middle, is it higher in the middle than the ends?
Boy, you're not listening at all. I just told you. Now for the third time, the middle is at the lowest elevation. The ends are at a higher elevation. Don't you listen?
For all that, George, we're being nice here. The water would flow to the middle, right? And it would start to build up, right? Because that's what water would do if it's flowing towards a direction. And you're saying it's closer or at a lower elevation, so that would make it closer to your mass, right?
Closer to my what?
Your mass, your surface. Each end would be a higher elevation above your surface. Yes. That's why you're saying it's flowing towards the middle in a horizontal pipe.
Yes, if it's set horizontal at the middle of the pipe, the ends are at a higher elevation than the middle. The middle is at the lowest elevation. It's like being at the bottom of a hill. Everything will roll to the center. The pipe will start filling up at the center, and then the water as you keep adding water, will spread out and move towards the ends as you add more and more water to the pipe.
In the horizontal pipe.
Yes.
Uh-huh. And the marbles would do the same thing. They would roll from each end towards the middle in a horizontal pipe.
Yes.
Because the horizontal pipe is lower in the middle. That's creating a slope. That's why things are moving towards the middle, flowing.
Yes.
I think I'm happy with that answer. Thanks, George.
Is there a quadratic formula involved in it anywhere, George?
It's a slope in terms of a gravitational field, not in terms of like an incline that you would be taking and moving the pipe up in the air. It's because of the gravitational field. The gravitational field is weaker at the ends than it is at the center. So the gravitational field will tend to pull the marble or the water towards the center.
In the horizontal pipe.
I have a question for Rakia. If I could. Can I ask Rakia a question?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Rakia, can you level the end of the pipe to be horizontal? Can you orient the end of the pipe to be horizontal?
I'll answer for him if he's away. Yes, of course you can. You could level the whole thing. I'd say level the whole thing and make it straight horizontal, all of it.
Yeah.
I have a.
Well, that's fascinating. Cool, thank you.
Sorry, I said yes, but I was on mute.
Oh.
Yeah, the pipe is horizontal throughout. I mean, I get what he's trying to say, but George, has this been done? Like, can you create that experiment?
Yes, you can do it on a particle accelerator or at a LIGO.
I can do that?
Yes. There's actually videos showing that in a particle accelerator where the tube is laid out straight horizontal, that if you take a marble on the far end, it will roll towards the other end.
I don't want someone else to do it. I asked if you could do it or I could do it. Like, how long would the pipe need to be for that marble to roll?
It's got to be a slope,
Probably
George,
several
right?
miles.
You get the marble to roll where there's a slope. And you get a slope by rise over run.
Slope, and it's not a slope in the traditional sense that you're elevating the pipe. It's a slope in terms of the gravitational field.
It's
pipe is at different elevation.
Yeah, the gravitational field changes with that elevation. The further you go up, the weaker the gravitational field is. The strongest field is at the lowest pipe, at any point that's closest to the center of the Earth.
I'm a little confused.
Not really. What I mean with respect to the surface, as you go into the Earth, the gravitational field weakens as you have mass above you. But if you're up above the surface of the Earth, points at a lower elevation have a stronger gravitational field than points that are at a higher elevation above the surface.
George, I'm a little confused. You said that the pipe, right? The water rolls in the center of the pipe, correct?
Towards the center, yes.
From both ends, correct?
Yes, yes.
So we're talking about like a double drop towards the center. The water goes towards the center. But isn't it, I could be wrong here, but in your model, isn't the hump the other way? Like 100 miles. Shouldn't the hump be in the center higher instead of lower?
Well, let me ask you this, Montreal. Can you be both looking up a hill and down the hill at the same time?
No.
Not if I'm turned. Not if I'm turned looking up the hill. No. How am I going to do that?
Unless you're talking about field of view, George. You're just talking about field of view.
Jesus.
You can look. You can, if you're
Bev,
looking,
shut up.
if you've
I'm
got your
talking to
middle of your
Montreal.
eye
My
horizontal,
God.
then you can see both down and up at the same time.
Yeah,
can't
okay,
you?
but what does that have to do with what I'm saying here? That has nothing to do, George.
I'm going to explain it to you, Montreal. Just give me a minute here. If you're at the bottom of the hill and looking, you're at the bottom of the hill, I'm at the top. From your perspective, you're looking up the hill. From my perspective, I'm looking down the hill towards you. That's the same thing with this hump and drop that you're talking about. You're not looking, you're not using the same
No, it's
reference
not
point.
looking.
You're
That's
talking,
not the
oh,
same
shut
at
up
all,
now.
George.
Jesus
That's
Christ.
completely. You're getting yourself
You're
all
so
messed
fucking
up,
rude.
man.
Why are you so rude?
Well, I'm just trying to
Talk
stop you
over
from
people.
not
No,
sacking
I'm
yourself.
I'm talking to Montreal. You let me finish with Montreal instead of obfuscating and being rude and interrupting all the time. All you do is disrupt. Montreal asked me a question.
Well,
I'm trying
smart
to
people
answer
can
it.
tell
for
that
him.
you're wrong.
This hump and
Just be
drop
steady,
business.
George. Watch what you're doing. You might hurt
This
yourself.
hump and drop business has to do with your reference point. In this hump that you're talking about, is you're looking through the earth from one point to the other along a chord. So from that perspective, you're seeing a hump. But if you're at the top of the hump and establishing a tangent, then everything is a drop from that tangent down to the surface of the earth. You're not looking
Exactly.
at it.
Okay,
in
yeah,
perspective.
that's exactly my point. So how could the water be flowing inwards, George? If there's a hump there. That was my whole point.
Well,
Yeah.
there is no hump. The pipe is set at the top of the
Sean
hump.
said, "I'll get that one." There is no effing hump. You want to say? Go on.
So
Put
now
more
there's no
passion in
hump.
it.
George, you got to
I'm
make up
talking
your
about-
mind, bro.
Bang the
Which
table.
model are you going for? Are you
No,
going
I'm
for the
telling you.
concave or for the sphere?
Montreal, come on. You're not that stupid. Come on, think about this a minute. If you take a pipe, you're not inserting it into the earth. You're just resting it on the surface of the earth. So the ends obviously have to extend above the earth if the earth is curved.
Above the earth?
Yes. The ends
He
are
did
up
say
above the
if you're
surface of the
curved.
earth. The longer the pipe, if you have a 100-mile pipe and you set in the center, so it goes out 50 miles to the right and to the left, the ends of those pipes are going to be above the surface of the earth, whereas the middle will be touching the earth. That is the so-called, what you say, my model. That is the spherical earth, how it behaves. Look,
If
take a
you
ball.
draw a circle,
Because
shut up, Bill.
hold on, that
Take a
doesn't
ball-
make sense.
Take a ball, Montreal, and take a ruler and set a
You have
ruler
to-
on
quick,
it.
get a ball
the
out.
ends of the rulers,
Get a ball
they
out.
don't touch the ball.
Draw a
They're up
circle.
above the ball. Oh,
George,
geez.
you're not
Essie,
making
I
sense.
think I know what he's saying.
Can I speak now, George?
Sorry, Essie.
Oh, go ahead, Mobius. Go ahead. I thought it was George. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I think I see what he's saying. He's saying that if you have a pipe that's underground, the water does something different than if you have the pipe above ground.
Why?
I don't know. But that's what it sounds like he's saying.
Is that what you're saying, George?
No.
Because he said something about something through the earth and then resting on the surface of the earth, and it's two different things. So that's what it sounded like. But I don't really want to address George because he gets upset.
Can I get clarity on how long a pipe would have to be to take a steel ball bearing and have it roll towards the center, George?
I already answered that for you. I said several miles.
Oh, okay, I got you. Several miles that's where you saw it in the video at that other place.
George,
I thought that was a circular pipe.
Large particle accelerators they're in a ring of about 26 miles.
Yeah, there you go. So if we made 126 miles, where's the center? Like, where would the marble stop? If it's a circle, George, and the marble would roll because it's at different elevation, where would it stop?
It would just keep rolling.
George.
Maybe that is it.
Hey, George. Maybe your dog needs to take another shit.
if you added pipe to the ends of the long pipe, would the water move with you? Because it's now not in the center. If you keep adding pipe.
Yeah. Yep. have the water flowing towards the center, and then add another pipe.
Yeah, just add pipe and the water will come
Another
towards you.
pipe. Uh-oh.
That's a problem. And then we got a concave system, what George was describing.
Just remember, it's different if it's underground. So,
Well, it will still have to be either a hump or concave, wherever it is.
Now, is that how they do the you know, how they get water and pipelines to work? Right? It's just what they do is they make one horizontal, and they could just stop the valves, open and close valves, and all of the water would just like, if you made it longer, you'd get it to go. Surely
that's probably
to the middle. Yeah.
You would be able to do this at the LIGO, and there are certain particle accelerators where there are linear sections. I'm not talking about over the full circle. Obviously, if you lay like a hula hoop down around the Earth, it can all be at the same level and things will not flow. But there are sections where they have laid it out to be horizontal.
Well, how would the water know if it's in a Julio? How would the water know if it's on a horizontal pipe that's in a straight line or a horizontal hula hoop? The water is smart?
No, it doesn't. The gravitational field establishes that. Come on, don't be so stupid.
Can I ask a question, please?
Be careful with that now.
You're
George,
asking stupid questions.
If you've got a,
I don't like talking to you and answering your questions because you make stupid statements.
Not really. If you really think
about it. Simmer down, George.
We'll let the audience. We'll let the audience decide, though, George. It's okay. It's not. It's not a battle, George. It's not between you and I. We're just spitballing here, and we're going to let the audience decide, right, George? Like, calm down a little bit. I can't believe it.
Can I ask a question, George, please? If you've got, say, an 8-foot spirit level.
Just a minute. Hold on.
no, carry on, spot on.
Go ahead.
Are you there, George?
8-foot spirit level. Yeah, I'm with you.
If you got an 8-foot spirit level, and you could put it on a wall, yeah. And anyway, it'd be, if say it's level, you built your wall level, and then if you put a ball on anywhere along that level, would the ball move?
No, because the spirit level isn't long enough. 8-foot spirit level isn't long enough to register a significant change in the gravitational field to cause the ball to move. Look at
how long would you need to make that horizontal in order to make the ball move?
That for the third time, Bev. Several miles.
How many several, George?
2 miles. Several. Two. At least.
Couple then. Couple of miles.
That's a couple.
That's a couple.
You'd have to have a spirit level.
Definitely, I'd call that a couple.
Maybe you could do it with a mile. I don't know. I'd have to go through the math, but I know for sure you could do it with a 2 mile long spirit level.
Okay.
Math would tell you when the ball bearing is going to start rolling towards the center of a horizontal pipe.
Yes,
And
because you have to
also,
take into consideration. You have to take into consideration friction and the amount of static friction and what it's going to take to get the ball to start rolling.
Oh, so that's the point in which it starts rolling at. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, it won't roll until you get like.
For example, think of this. Take yourself.
And then it'll roll on the bit that it didn't roll on before.
Maybe a heavy enough ball.
Do you wait? Do you have to extend it both ways?
Yes.
Well, then where would the middle be?
In the middle.
Yeah, that's why you have to extend it both ends.
I think you got to.
Otherwise, your middle horizontal changes if you only extend it one way.
If you're going to do this, you have to have it so-called leveled at the middle, so everything is balanced.
Leveled.
I have a question, George. Gravity, what does it affect, the ball or the ruler?
Oh, come on, Montreal. The ball.
Well, it's a simple question. Come on, George. Don't be a kid.
The ball.
The ball. Okay. My next question. My follow-up question. The ball. Okay.
Sound like,
The follow-up question. In which direction does your gravity pull, George? In which direction does your...
You have to start over. Bev was talking over you.
Yeah, I was thinking you sounded like the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Okay, so we established that gravity affects the ball, not the ruler. And I asked you a question: in which direction does gravity pull?
Towards the center of the earth.
Okay, so how can your ball move laterally if it's on a level surface, George?
It's not on a level surface.
Can we keep
It's on
up
a
with the
straight
learning
surface.
though, Essie? You missed the chance out there. I mean, like, he did correctly answer there, but we would also have taken every direction, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
They're
Just
fantasy.
in case
yeah.
anybody else wants to know and to keep up to date with the Globe fantasy.
Montreal. The way
Yeah,
it works.
but I just wanted to keep it simple because he's going to get triggered.
Everybody clarify it for you.
Everybody's got a different down, haven't they?
I'll clarify it for you.
Everyone
Montreal.
has their own, also a good enough answer.
Yes.
Go
ahead, George. Go ahead. Clarify.
All right. If you have a long pipe and you balance it at the center,
How long is the
force of
pipe?
gravity. Oh, shut
You
up.
can't say long. You can't just say long.
Shut up.
No.
Jesus Christ.
Got to balance it.
What's
This
the
is so
size
annoying.
of the, what size is it? You told me a minute ago I had an
Shut up,
8-foot level. You
Spawn.
said it can work. So
Mute this guy so I can answer Montreal. Here, hang on.
It
I'm
was
gonna
spot
turn him
on
down
that
to
asked
zero.
the question,
What,
George.
the only guy.
Okay, I'm fine. I just turned him down to 0. Montreal. This is
Oh,
what's
no, that
happening.
ain't going to work, mate.
Yeah,
You have a
George.
long
Not going to
George.
work,
No,
George.
sorry,
You're
that's
not
not
going to
going to
get
work.
away with that, mate.
You're not going to
Montreal.
mute my
No
friend
way.
spot on. No way, bro.
He was
Open
the
up.
one that
I'm not
asked the
gonna answer your
question,
question.
George.
Answer his question, then we'll continue, George. Unmute him.
Oh.
That's not gentlemanlike.
What's his question?
How
He was the
long
one
would
that
pipe
asked the
be?
8
A simple. Yeah.
3 of you are talking at the same
Yeah, okay.
time.
He was the one. Have you unmuted? Spot on. George,
What?
have you unmuted? Spot on.
Yes.
Right.
I
He
said
was
I
the
did.
one. He was the one that initially asked the question about the straight line, which I presume is where you were at, because you said you had to make it balance it in the middle.
Now, these things take much too long because you guys all want to interject. Just ask the simple question and I will answer it.
Go on, spot on.
You're the one turning him down, so you can't answer it.
Or is he going to ask it?
Again.
How long is the pipe, George? Is what spot on asked you. How
Let's
long does
say-
the pipe have to be?
It doesn't have to be, it can be any arbitrary length for what I'm going to explain to you. You're asking me, how is it that a ball could possibly roll towards the center because of gravity? Gravity is not perpendicular along the whole length of the pipe. It's only perpendicular to the pipe at the center, and it angles inward as you move out towards the end, and the angle gets steeper and steeper, or more of an angle as you reach the end, so that there is a lateral component to the gravitational force vector that points in the direction of the center, and that's what causes the ball to roll.
You're kidding, George. That's the first I've heard a lot of stuff, but that's the first time I heard that.
Yeah,
a lateral direction of gravity forcing a ball to move on a level surface?
It's
Surely
not a
you're
level
kidding,
surface.
George.
It's not a level surface. That is the issue.
Started off as a level,
is not
George.
level.
You
No,
started-
a straight
yeah.
pipe is not level.
He
No, a
started
straight
off,
pipe is
George.
straight.
He started off with a level of a certain length. You said that's not long enough. You would have to make it longer. You started with a level, George. You did.
No, Ben.
Yes.
Again.
Yes.
Yes, George.
You
Yes,
made it
George.
longer, then you
No,
balanced
listen,
it in the
listen,
middle.
Bev,
It's
listen.
still a
Bev,
level, George.
Bev, listen. Get the crap out of your ears. Number one, I said that you have to have a sufficiently long pipe if you wanted to do this in practice and actuality, because there's friction, there's stiction. And you have to overcome that to get the ball to roll. So you're going to have the ends being at a sufficient amount of elevation to get a force vector that causes the ball to overcome stiction and start rolling. Now, in a practical sense, yeah, if we have no friction, if we have a frictionless ball and oh, shut up, Bev.
Well,
If we have a
you can't just
frictionless,
make up words, George.
that's not
I've
a
never
made-up
heard of
word.
that
Look it
before.
up. Yes.
I'm 50,
Stiction is
George. I've
static.
never heard of it. Have you made that up?
Well, just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
I know. That's
go
why
to
I'm
any
asking
physics
you.
text.
What is it?
Look it up. I told you it's static friction. There's two types of coefficients of friction. There's static coefficient of friction, and there is the kinetic friction of motion.
Yeah. And what did you call
it? Kinetic motion. The kinetic coefficient of friction is lower than the static coefficient, and the static coefficient of friction it leads to what's called stiction. You have to overcome that in order to get something to start moving.
Can you overcome stiction by kicking a ball?
Yes.
So stiction is overcome by gravity? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying you have
That's
to
what
have.
you said, George.
Oh,
George.
shut up. I'm explaining. I said you have to have a sufficient amount of gravitational force to overcome it.
So it is gravity then.
Yeah.
Well,
a certain
gravity
amount.
creates a
You need,
force on the ball.
like.
Creates a force on the ball.
Is there a general amount of stiction?
You guys
that would
really
hold against gravity? Or is
You
it
guys
the angle
really-
of down that has to change? Is it an angle?
You guys really could do yourself a world of good by taking a one course in physics. You guys.
Okay. George,
do you think anyone's going to back you up with the lateral movement of gravity? Do you think anybody here? Seriously, do you think you can convince somebody that gravity can make a ball move sideways, George? Are you freaking serious? Come on, man.
Boy, you don't get it at all. That's not
George,
what I said.
that's what you said, George.
No, it is not. No, it is not. What I said is that if you have a long pipe, a straight pipe.
Yeah, on top of a level, like 2 miles long.
That is not.
And then you could put a water level on it as well.
A straight line is not level. A straight pipe is not level.
But if Spot On started with a spirit level and you said to make it longer.
Yeah.
So we did. We made it longer. Then we balanced it in the middle and it's straight, right?
Yeah, it's straight. It's not level.
Good.
Yeah.
With the spirit level.
It doesn't matter if it's a straight pipe, a spirit level, or whatever. As long as it's straight, it is not a level surface.
Okay, so a spirit level
is not a
it's
spirit
not
level is
level.
not a level surface.
It's not level.
Not along its length. No, it's not.
Where
It's
is
straight.
it level then, George?
It could be leveled at if you take it so that the bubble is at the top of the vial, then it's level at the midpoint, at the center of the spirit level.
What if you put bubbles in the entire length of the spirit level?
Well, there isn't enough change over, say, 10 feet for you really to register a difference in a vial. But if you had a spirit level, say, a mile long, and you put a vial with a bubble at the center and the two ends, and you balance it so that the bubble and the vial in the center is at the top so that it is so-called quote-unquote level, you go and look at the bubble and the vial at the ends, and it will not be at the top of the vial. It will at the say at the right end, the bubble will be towards the right on the right end of the vial, and on the left end, it'll be at the left end of the vial. It won't be centered, and it won't indicate
You ever
level.
witnessed that, George? Has
I
anyone
don't
ever done
have
that?
a mile level spirit.
I wondered if anyone's ever
dumb
done
shit.
that. Wait. Right?
God, what a
There might be a way of doing that though, right, George?
Yeah, you could do it if you could set yourself out a level line or a straight line going out, and you put a spirit level at the point of your theodolite or auto level, and then shoot out, say, a mile, and put a spirit level in line with the horizontal with the straight line that's at the center. You'll find that the spirit level will not indicate that it's level.
Could you do differential leveling across that
No.
mile and use like
No.
parallel
No.
horizontals to get a straight line across?
No,
there?
all differential leveling will follow the curve of the Earth.
It uses horizontals, George, doesn't it?
Segments of horizontals.
Yeah, shared straight line
No.
segments all the way along.
But every time you move your auto level, the compensator will adjust itself to the gravitational field, and it will slightly tilt itself with respect to the horizontal that you previously
No,
had.
it would stay in calibration all the way along. I mean,
yeah, it stays in calibration, but the thing is, the compensator, the pendulum, adjusts to the field of gravity, and as you move along the Earth, it adjusts itself, and you're just be following the curve of the Earth.
With horizontals, George.
Yes, the horizontals tilt with respect to one another every time you set up.
Horizontals
you move your auto
don't
level
tilt, George.
forward. Every time you move your auto level
George, I'm sorry
forward,
about
it
that.
readjusts itself to a new horizontal.
I guess everybody knows what I say. I'd say all horizontals are parallel, George. So,
Of course, we know that you say that, but you're wrong.
I don't know about that.
You've never verified that for yourself. You think you have, but you haven't.
have you ever verified that they're not?
Oh, yeah, very easily.
Wow. Bold claim, George. Bold claim. I guess everybody's championing. Why would you say that horizontals aren't parallel again?
I said every time you move your auto level, the compensator adjusts itself to the field of gravity. The pendulum in the auto level will be perpendicular. It's like a plumb blob. Like you move your plumb, if you move a plumb line along the surface of the Earth, it will point towards the center of the Earth. So the verticals are not parallel, hence the horizontals.
The verticals don't offer it different angles, though, do they? I mean, like Rumpus said the other day, the differing angle of down. Now that sounds stupid, doesn't it?
That's true. No, that's true.
I was going to say it was stupid, George. You're joking with us, right, George?
I'm not joking with you. Rumpus is entirely correct on that statement. I know what he means by that.
What, that vertical changes?
If you're at some point on the Earth and you drop your plumb line, you're going to use that as a reference. You're going to say that's perfectly vertical, and you move plumb lines along the surface of the Earth, then those plumb lines will angle with respect to your reference plumb line that you started.
They will be vertical always, George.
Yeah, they're vertical, but they're not parallel.
Of course they are.
Verticals along the Earth, as you drop a plumb line to establish your local vertical, that local vertical at point A is not going to be parallel to another vertical at point B somewhere in the distance.
All verticals are local.
George, like the meme I just posted? Kind of like that?
Exactly. Those green lines would be like your gravitational force vectors. They're not parallel.
And all those lines are plumb and parallel.
No, they're not parallel. They're plumb.
They're plumb. All those lines are plumb. Okay.
Yes.
I said they were vertical.
Yeah, George. We got Saragaki's done some stuff. Have you heard of Saragaki? Was he one of your? I think he was trained by a guy called Hench.
But anyway, Montreal.
Look in the live chat there, George. You'll like this. This is some good shit. You'll like this. Can you look at the mathematical symbols and all of that, George? You love it.
Oh,
It's got
forget
logic.
you cannot
It's got
you
maths.
cannot prove verticals and horizontals being parallel or not parallel or the shape of the earth by using pure geometry.
Talking about the
You
shape
have
of
to
the
know
earth,
some.
George. We're just
You
talking
have
about
to know
verticals
something
and
about the
horizontals.
characteristic of the earth. You have to make some measurement. You have to know
No. This
some
is purely
yes, you do.
mathematical and logical,
You
George.
can't
Yes.
do. No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Well, it
Verticals
is,
and
but you can't.
horizontals.
But you can't establish the shape of the earth.
We're not
by
trying
pure
to establish the
geometrical
shape of the earth, George.
Yeah, if you have a horizontal, if it's
just
straight,
talking
like you
about-
have, that's true. But the thing is the surface of the earth is not a straight
We're
horizontal.
not talking about the surface of the earth, George. Stop getting triggered and talking
Okay,
about
so what?
Big E.
So what are you trying to illustrate here, then?
That all horizontals are parallel.
No.
Yeah.
No, that's not true.
Well,
That's only
Have
true
you
if your
have you
verticals
looked
are-
at the vertical
that's
and
only-
horizontal proof that
That's
you've
only
got
true
there?
if your verticals. That's only true if your verticals are parallel. Your verticals on the earth are not parallel.
Perpendicular to horizontal. And horizontals are
That's circular
perpendicular to
reasoning.
vertical. It's not circular
That's-
reasoning, it's logic,
yes, it
George.
is. You're saying all
Mathematical
verticals-
logic,
all
George.
horizontals are parallel because the verticals are parallel, but the verticals are parallel because they're all
No, the
perpendicular to the
verticals are
same horizontal. That's your
perpendicular.
argument.
The
Ridiculous.
verticals, George, are perpendicular to horizontal. Do you realise perpendicular?
Yes.
Okay.
So
if you've got a line that has a perpendicular to it, then you can make both of those perpendiculars planes. And all the lines in
But you're
one
assuming-
plane will be perpendicular to all of the
That-
lines in the other plane.
yes, but that's only true because you're assuming that vertical 1 and vertical 2 are parallel.
Yeah.
No,
Basic-
that's not logic.
basic-
You're,
yeah, of
you're
course it is,
starting
it's
with
logic.
the assumption. No, you've just started with the assumption that your verticals are parallel. That's your assumption. And of course, everything
No, we're
else
just
follows.
talking about
That's what
lines
you mean.
being parallel.
No,
we're just
no,
talking
you're
about
not.
lines
Come on,
being...
Bev.
Yeah, George.
No, Bev, you can bullshit your people
George,
and your
aren't you
viewers. You
starting
can't
with the
bullshit
assumption
me.
that they're not parallel?
They aren't parallel on the
You're
earth. If
starting
you
with
drop
the
two
assumption that they're
Yes,
lines
he just
on the earth,
uses
they
the
are not going to
assumption
be
they're
parallel.
not.
Yeah, you're just
parallel.
doing the same
Yeah,
thing.
he's doing exactly the same.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous.
No, it's not ridiculous.
But he laughs at us
It
and carries
works on
on
the
like
earth.
we're stupid when he does the exact same
Some
thing.
lines,
Like,
some
holy
lines
shit.
hang in the direction of gravity, of the
Have you
gravitational
ever seen
field,
a
which
plumb
points to
bob
the center of
hang
the earth. Hence, the
sideways?
verticals are
Isn't
not
that
parallel.
an assumption, George?
You're
No,
assuming
that's not an assumption. It can be demonstrated.
where?
It can be measured anywhere on the earth.
Anywhere but local.
Huh? You have to have
No,
two different points.
Yeah, anywhere but local. Yeah, locally it's horizontal, but anywhere else, there's the curve.
Boy. Oh, God.
If you were not to inject Earth shape, George, into this argument, and we're just talking about vertical and horizontal being straight lines and having the geometric proof, like we have here, that all verticals are parallel and all horizontals are parallel.
Yeah, you've made that assumption.
No, it's not.
dealing with the-
It's
yes, you are. You're dealing with-
mathematical.
No, you're dealing with plane geometry. You're making the assumption that you're starting with plane geometry. Fine. If you're starting with plane geometry,
We
everything
start
you
with
said
solid
is
geometry as well, George. We could, we can
No.
deal in solid geometry too.
No.
Yeah,
Where
of
do
course
you
we
start?
can.
You're dealing. No, not if
Yes,
you're
of course you
dealing-
can, George. Stop
not
being
if you're
stupid.
dealing- not if you're dealing with the geometry of the surface of a sphere, which the Earth
No, we're
is.
not dealing with the geometry of the surface of a sphere because
But
we can deal with the
You're trying
entire
to take-
sphere.
No, you're trying
Yeah,
to
of course
take.
we can. Don't
you're
say
trying
no.
to take-
Yes,
you're-
we're not
you're
dealing
trying
with the
to take
surface
all
of a
the
sphere.
No, Bev, you're trying to take all the conclusions you derive from starting with plane geometry
No,
and then,
George.
and
No,
then extending it
George.
to the Earth. You can't do that. They
In
aren't the
reality-
same. The Earth is not.
in
no,
reality,
in
George.
reality, the
Yeah.
Earth is curved.
Well-
in reality, the Earth is spherical.
George.
Hence, everything you've derived using plane
All right,
geometry.
I know
does
you're
not
getting
apply.
excited, George. It's all right.
It does not apply.
Right. Well, what we do is we've got a geometry book, and this
know
is
what you do. I've been down this road
This
with
is
you
basic
too many
geometry.
times.
I know. Yeah, I know.
I
That's
know.
why you don't like to
Don't
hear it, and we know
interrupt.
you like this, George. But don't worry. It's only Friday night, and no need to get upset. Just saying, we have a test to do Euclidean geometry in reality. We're calling it Realizing Euclid. Now, we have a geometric backing for the test. It's very easy to do a test. To say this, to see whether this is true with verticals and horizontals. But first off, we start off with the horizontal. Because if we don't have the straight line, we don't know what we're dealing with. It's pretty simple, George. Now, rather than just arguing about each other, can we get it simple? Vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. They are straight lines. This is the geometric proof. Where does your geometric proof come in? Or do you have any? I'm guessing not. Did somebody mute him? Or did he leave? No?
No, he's just muted.
Gone quiet.
Oh,
Doesn't like
sorry
being
about
talked
that.
over.
No, I've accidentally hit it. I'll give you my geometric proof if you could just hold your breath long enough.
Nice.
All right. Gravitational lines of force. Plumb lines are parallel to those. You hang a plumb, it's going to point towards the center of the Earth. Those plumb lines are what we call normals to the surface of the Earth. They are perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. Now, as you move around the sphere, each plumb line is normal or perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. But if you reference one to the other, they are not parallel because they are perpendicular or normal to a curved surface. So they can't be parallel.
That's your assumption.
That's not an assumption. Just
You
look at the
assume that.
diagram.
Yeah, you assume that.
No, I don't assume that. It's logical. Just look. It's obvious. Draw yourself a curve, a circle. Draw two lines. One going from your top towards the center and one going from some angle off the side toward the center. Those lines aren't parallel. Those are radial lines. They're not parallel.
Radials. Yeah, not verticals, radials.
You're starting off with a
Radials are verticals.
How do you get a curved line from a vertical and a horizontal?
Oh, boss. God, I'm immersed among idiots.
See if you can put up with it for a bit, George. I know.
You start off with a vertical and a horizontal. Where's the curve?
Who is this guy?
Send it to me.
It could be your old teacher, George. You never know.
Oh, my teachers had brains.
How do you know?
Then answer his question, smartass.
I'm going
Just
to
answer it.
drawing them a
Just
little
answer it then.
diagram of.
No, you just drew a circle. You're starting off with a vertical and a horizontal. Where do you get the curve?
What do you mean? Where do you get the curve? The curve exists. The horizontal and vertical. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up a minute. Let me answer. Your vertical and your horizontal is at a local spot wherever you choose on your curve.
Curve? What curve?
Any surface that isn't flat has curves to it.
What? You mean like a mountain?
Yeah, if you want to do a mountain, that's pretty sharp
Like that
curve.
picture there, that one's quite a good one that shows you a normal.
You say to the center of something.
Doesn't need the curve, does it?
Oh, the normal is defined as being perpendicular to the surface of a curve.
To the tangent. Because you can't have perpendicular to a curve. You have to have two straight lines.
And that's what the tangent is. The tangent is
the
parallel
straight
to
line.
the curve at that point. At the
No,
point
it's not parallel to a curve,
Yes,
George.
it is.
Don't be stupid.
Yes, it is. At the point at which tangent touches a
You've
curve.
been
they
talking
are-
to Rumpus, George. Don't be silly. You can't have
Anyway,
parallel
so-
at a point.
Hey,
Don't
hey,
be
hey,
ridiculous.
Bev, it's been fun. Enjoy yourself.
Yeah, see you
I'll catch
later, George. That was a good try.
Boomers.
I don't
man.
know who told you
No,
that.
it wasn't.
Boomers.
That was a terrible try.
You'll never get him to change his mind. Ever. He sees globes in his sleep.
If he has a tangent, if he's doing his 90 to a tangent, then he's not doing it to the ground anyway. He's saying that the tangent is parallel to the curve at one point. Well, you're still just making up the curve underneath.
Yeah, where
do you get
You can't have parallel at a point.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, even giving him a tangent, even giving him that, he's still just assuming a curve underneath.
Yeah, with the tangent, he knows the tangents are straight lines. But what George said was,
yeah, exactly.
It's parallel to the curve at a point, which is obviously
Yeah, no, parallel has to
retarded,
be all the
George.
way. Yeah, it can't be parallel if it's the same right at the middle, but then it drops off at each side. That's not parallel.
No, you can't have a point parallel to
Actually, it
anything.
All you have to do is zoom into the curve at the point of tangency, and you'll see that the curve.
With a microscope?
As you zoom in more and more, the curve appears to be parallel to the tangent.
A curve can't be parallel, George.
At a
Stop
point,
being so
isn't it?
fucking ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous.
Yeah, you've got a straight line.
You don't understand
No,
mathematics.
George, don't tell me I don't understand.
No,
A
you
straight
don't.
line cannot
You
be
don't
parallel to a
You
curve.
don't understand. You are too undereducated to understand these concepts and grasp them. I'm sorry, Bev. I feel sorry for you that
Yeah, you're
you
not
have
brainwashed
gone along
enough, Bev. You
sufficient
haven't
along
been
into mathematics.
indoctrinated enough. You need to go back and have somebody
here,
fill
Paige-
your head with
Paige
nonsense
is one of
and
the
tell you
dumbest
you're very,
women I have
very
ever met.
clever for
The
doing
thing
this,
is you people
and then go around
need
being an asshole
to get
to everyone
yourself
else.
more educated. You lack sufficient education to grasp these
I
concepts.
thought you were leaving, George. Don't
But I-
come back to tell us how stupid we are that we don't understand that a straight line
Well, you don't.
can't be
You
parallel to a fucking curve at
Well,
a
it can.
point
Go
if you
away,
get your little
George.
fucking
Yeah.
microscope out and keep fucking halving the line.
Boy, Bev, calm down, bye. You're gonna blow a gasket here.
No, I'm all right, George. It's just like you're being
Shut
moronic.
up every 5 seconds because you're cracking the shits. My God, you're just a piece of shit. Go away.
Paige.
Hey, Paige.
George, where did you get the curve? Just explain that to me.
What do you mean? Where do you get a curve? You start with a curved surface.
Listen, you have a vertical and a horizontal. Where's the curved part at?
I don't get your question. We're talking about surfaces here. You can have a flat surface. You can have a curved surface. You got to tell me what you're going to start with.
Flat surface. Where's the curve?
Well, there is no curve on a flat surface.
So all the verticals on that horizontal will be parallel.
That's correct for a flat surface, but not for a curved surface.
Okay. So I thought you said there are no parallel verticals.
On a curved surface. Don't you people
Where's
ever
the
listen?
curved surface?
You start with a curved surface. You
didn't start
You
with a
want to
curved
start? Yes, you
started
want
with
to
a flat
start with a
surface.
flat surface. Fine. If you want to stay with a flat surface, then you reach all the conclusions that Bev reaches. Fine. You can use geometry. You can use your logic on flat surfaces and come to the conclusions that all verticals are parallel, all horizontals are parallel. Fine. That's
Why did you come to that
if you
conclusion?
start with a curved surface, which is a more general surface, then those conclusions cannot
What does that
be
mean, a more
extended to
general-
curved
What does
surfaces.
that mean, George?
You
George,
get
explain that.
you can't
do you mean
take your
George?
conclusions. You can't take your conclusions that you arrive at using flat surfaces and apply them to curved surfaces. It doesn't apply. That's what we mean by extend. You cannot apply the concepts and conclusions you arrive at regarding verticals and horizontals on a flat surface, you cannot extend it or apply it to a curved surface.
So you're on a surface. How do you know if it's curved or flat?
You can make some measurements.
How do you do that, George? With
You
verticals
can
and
use,
horizontals?
you can use an accurate theodolite to determine what type of a surface you're on.
Accurate theodolite. Okay, is that at a distance you're going to be doing? You're going to be abusing these tools?
Well, of course, you have to
course you're
have
gonna
at least
abuse
two different points. You can't just sit at one point and conclude what kind of a surface you are on. You have to move along the surface. At
Like
least 2
differential
points on
leveling.
the surface. At least 2 points on the surface. You have to have 2 points that aren't coincident or are not at the same position in order to determine whether you're on a flat surface or a curved surface.
How do you do that, George?
Come on. You didn't really ask that, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to move. You have to sit. You have to be at. You have to move your instrument to two different
What if you
positions.
move the instrument and you start to go up a hill?
Oh God!
What happens then, George? What did you conclude from that? That there's a ball underneath your feet?
An instrument like a theodolite that has a free moving prism. It doesn't matter if you're on a hill or not.
What?
Because mass of the earth beneath you is what establishes or determines the movement of the pendulum, not whether or not you're on a hill.
Out of here. You don't need the earth to use your instrument. You could. What if you're suspended in the air? You're holding it in the air.
The earth beneath
It
you.
is in the air.
Mass of the earth beneath you governs how the instrument behaves.
What? You mean the tripod when it touches the ground?
No, I didn't say that.
What the hell does that mean?
It means, do you know how gravity works?
You're making this part up.
No, I'm
The
not
gravity
making it up. Gravity
The
is
theory of
determined by
gravity, George, the theory of gravity, the one that no one knows if it's an actual effect or a cause, that one?
Did you ever go to school?
Oh, come
Seriously,
on, George.
Just because you have all this
No, really.
education-
I mean, he's speaking like
Told you he was a pos.
that has never been introduced to science or physics. I mean,
And you sound like
I'm
someone
talking
who's
to an
been introduced
imbecile
to
here.
too much. You have too much.
This guy's like an imbecile.
Okay, George.
Yeah, George. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
time
he's
to grow
asking
up, George. Come
questions.
on. Come on.
If he's a grown
you
man,
can do
he
better
shouldn't
than
be
this,
asking-
George.
No, he shouldn't be asking.
Calm yourself, George. Calm
If he's a
down.
grown man, he should know
Yeah,
that.
grown men can make their own discernment,
grown
right?
men know,
You to
George.
call him an imbecile is you deciding to break down in front of the entire audience.
He's
Control yourself.
Just like you.
Control
Oh,
yourself.
George, come on. He asked you a simple question and you couldn't answer it. So you decided to
answer
ask
it.
him
No,
if
I
he went
answered
to
it.
school.
No,
George.
no, I answered it, but he keeps asking the same thing over and over.
No, you
He's not
you just
listening.
replied
He
with
answers
such a
just like you. You guys
stupid
never
answer.
listen to the answer.
Yeah. He's
Again-
asking you where do you get a curve from if all you have is
Yeah, I
vertical and
asked that in the very
horizontal.
beginning.
What do you mean? Where do you get the curve from?
Yeah, George. if
Depends
you're
on your
standing-
surface. Where do you
Listen,
get a
George,
flat?
George,
Where do you
shut-
get a
shut
flat
your
surface from? You
Shut your
start
mouth.
with-
Listen. You
You
start
start
off.
with
What if you lived next to a canal where the water is as flat and level and horizontal all the way across for 26 miles?
Well, you're almost
the-
correct.
where's
It would
the-
be.
where's
It
the
might be
curve?
level for 26 miles, but it's not going to be flat and straight.
What is a level, George? A spirit level. It's a straight line. It's a horizontal line.
No, it's only a very, very short segment of a line.
How do you? What does that even mean? So when does a straight line become not a straight line? When
It's always
George
a
said
straight
so?
line. The thing is, you don't know how a spirit level behaves.
Oh, there it is. I don't know how it behaves. What? How
No,
does
you
it
don't.
behave?
George, come on, how it
What's happening?
behaves. I've got one in the corner there. It's behaving quite nicely.
Oh, mine's very naughty. I've got a
You
dunce's
know
cap
how
on
it
mine.
operates. If you like, there's a difference of having a spirit level that's say 4 foot long, 10 foot long, versus one that would be a mile long.
And how do you know that, George?
Mm-hmm.
Let's hear it.
I've already explained it. I
It
explained
would
it to
be straight,
Montreal
though, would it?
several times.
Would it be straight, George?
Could it be straight? Exactly. Yeah, you
It would
said
be
that.
straight, but it would not be level along its length. It
So a
would be
spirit
straight
level
line,
wouldn't be level if it was longer.
Bullshit.
not along its length, not along its whole
Bullshit.
length. No.
That's bullshit.
What the?
No,
Sounds
it
silly,
isn't.
that, George.
Of course
Uh-oh.
it is.
Not so
George,
sure
you're
you
a
get
grown
anybody
Call
to
in a
get away
name.
with that.
We
And,
call it a
la-
spirit level.
and ladies and gentlemen, that is model affliction.
Yeah.
Yep. You just changed a straight line into a curve.
No, I did not change a straight
Yes,
line into
you
a
did,
curve. A
George.
straight line is not a curve. A straight line is
And you
not
said-
level.
No. What he did was he used the spirit level that is straight. He extended it and stopped it
curved
from
it.
being level.
Yeah. It's not
Yeah,
level
it is
anymore. It's curved.
No, I didn't say it's curved. I'm saying it's not level.
No, it's
because
straight. Yeah,
level
it
is
stops being
curved.
level, doesn't it?
Level
If you
is
make
not-
it longer.
no, a straight line is not parallel to the curve of the earth.
And
A
ladies
spirit
and
level.
gentlemen, this is the wizard version.
Yeah, a spirit level isn't level if you make it longer.
That's fantastic.
That's correct.
That's correct.
That's
Well done,
correct.
George.
There you go. Thank you, George.
George,
Wouldn't
you
it still
know
be
I
level? It just wouldn't follow the curve of the earth and stick up on each end. It'd still be level. It's still just a spirit level.
Not according to their minds.
Nope.
But now so his level curves, but the spirit level, the ends stick out and up off the curve because it's not a level. Is that what he's saying? The spirit level is not a level?
The straight spirit level would go right along the water the entire length of a canal, straight as an arrow.
Yes.
But according to him, what does it do?
I'm pretty sure.
Give it to me, George. What does
I'm
it
pretty
do?
sure that the makers of spirit levels will make sure specifically that there is zero curvature to them. Now, I would bet, like most of Euclidean geometry, that you can extend a straight line indefinitely. And I bet if you were asking them, the people that make the high quality spirit levels, would it stay level if you made it longer? I bet they would say yes. But George says no. Isn't that right, George? A spirit level stops being level. It still stays spirit, does it? What can we call it? A spirit straight, but not level.
I'd like to make a prediction on the flat Earth, so-called. George has already gone through the I'm the smart one, I can explain it. He's going to, now that I can't really explain it for you to understand it, or to convince you, or to sell you my model, you must be dumb and haven't been to school and know physics. And now I would think it's time to either throw a fit or pull a runner.
Which is it, George?
George, you there?
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to find something for Bev here. Shoot.
I've had this conversation with George before. I know where this is heading.
Yeah, into make-believe world where you can't prove it. That's where it goes.
George told me before that a 6 foot a 6 foot spirit level is level only in the center, not in either end. I believe you said it was higher a bit, George, on either end.
Yes, always is.
Again,
What?
Doesn't matter the length. The ends will always be a bit higher than the middle.
I got.
There
higher
you
than
have it,
what?
guys.
Higher than what, George? George, higher than what?
I just told you higher than the middle.
How? How can a straight object be higher than the middle?
On the Earth. The
What do you
Earth
mean
is
on there?
It's not
surface is
on the
curved.
earth.
No, we're talking about the spirit level, George. For God's sakes, man. Follow.
Yeah.
Spirit level.
A spirit
The spirit
level is a
level's gonna
straight
bend.
line. A straight line will always be higher in elevation than the middle.
What?
When you
What?
set it on the Earth. Yes.
Oh my God! You did not go to college.
That's what they believe. Yeah. They believe
No,
that
no.
was LIGO. Yeah.
It's model
That's
affliction.
exactly where they learn
Oh
this
my
stuff.
God.
Is college. It's called model affliction.
No. They don't learn this shit at college. They learn this shit in Discord rooms and hate groups.
Yep.
That's
YouTube
where they learn
channels.
this shit. Because this is not real. There's only the model afflicted that learn this shit. George is making half of this shit up. He's learned it either from Rumpus or he's helped to teach Rumpus this shit. Not right, George? You and your team are making this shit up for the flat earthers, and you think it's funny, don't you? You think it's funny to teach people a load of bullshit.
People that make things up as you, Bev. You and your crew here make things up all the time.
George, you just learned.
Euclidean geometry is made up, is it?
You're just
Wow.
you know,
Your
brainwashes
interpretation is what makes
anyone
it.
else that goes to higher education.
Hey,
I was
Bev, why don't I just posted this out of a
must be
manual
true.
that's used for
gotta be
people
true.
like Rakia that wants to get a construction license.
Yeah,
Why don't
let's
you read the paragraph there near the bottom?
I don't want to get one. I already have one.
Genetic surveyors.
You claim that for a construction license, you didn't now have to know anything about the curve of the Earth, but yet here it is in the manual. They talk about.
I
the
didn't
curve
say
of the
that. I said it wasn't on my test.
George, does that
Okay,
make it true because it's written down there? Does
There's
that make
many
it
things
real?
in books I don't believe, George.
George, does that make it real because it's written down there that it's true? in
I'll
reality?
hand you the Bible if that's the case.
It's written in many places, not just one
Does
place.
that make
Yeah,
it true? though,
Bible's the
George?
most popular.
Yes,
book,
it
George.
makes it true. These
And you
this
can
is
prove
what
that.
surveyors have observed and measured.
No,
And
that's what
and
surveyors
documented.
read in a book.
That's a
That's
lie.
what surveyors read in a book. They
That's
don't
bullshit.
apply it
You guys-
ever.
You guys are priceless.
Bring us a surveyor that's ever measured curved water. Let's dial
No,
one up
don't
randomly.
do that. That's never going to
how
happen,
about
right?
Mr.
George hasn't.
Kozlowski? How
Joe,
about Larry Scott?
they're not going to come round here, George, and you know
You
it.
guys are vile.
What about Larry Scott? He thinks a building slab of concrete that's 2,500 feet away from him is curved 2 inches because it's following the curvature of Earth, George. That's Larry Scott. What you got to say to that?
And you have a problem with that?
Yeah, I do. Because
Yeah.
when we make slabs like that, which I did today, we don't follow the curvature of the Earth. We make them horizontal, George. And if
Did
the
not
Earth is
make a-
curving,
You did not make a slab that large. Today.
so who did? But I made a slab horizontal, is what I'm saying.
Well, it approximates horizontal if you have a small enough slab. which
Well,
obviously
that's
you do.
not what we do, George.
Yes,
That's
that
not
is
what we do.
exactly what you do.
No, this is not.
it
We
is.
we make it as horizontal as possible, and it doesn't follow the curvature of the
What
Earth.
kind of a slab? What kind of a slab for what?
Any slab, any horizontal plane
no,
that you make.
No,
Yes.
no.
Yes.
Rakia,
No
you know
slab.
damn well that code requires you to put a crown on a slab so that water runs off.
No, that's not true.
Yes, it is.
I don't
true.
put. No, that's not true. That's a
It
lie.
is true.
That is a lie. We make
That
them as
is not
flat as
lie.
we can.
No.
What are you talking about? The
No.
slab I did today, George.
George,
No,
that's
you
not-
don't want
It
to
didn't
have.
have any
You don't
crown in
wanna-
it.
Yes,
You don't know what you're
wanna
talking
have
about.
at least some crown or slope so that water.
If you
runs
want the
off
water to
edges.
run off, George, you do make a crown. But on the
Yes.
slabs that we do, most of the time there
Code
is no
requires
crown.
it. Code
No, it doesn't.
requires it.
That's
well,
a lie.
maybe not in Louisiana, but it's
Well, there
certainly
you go.
here in
Well, there you
Minnesota.
go. Then it doesn't. Then So you were lying, right?
You are a hack. You know that? I don't
No,
think
you
you
are
don't have
deceiver.
George,
You
please.
do not have. No,
George,
Reki is a
he
hack.
does. No, he's got a company, George, that actually
No, he doesn't.
does
I
the
don't think
concrete.
he has a company. I think it's
Well,
daddy's.
I'll bet
that's
that,
you,
George.
Mm.
I
I'll
think it's
take that
daddy's company, and Mama probably said, "Hey,
My dad is dead.
let's-
My dad is
let's give
dead, George.
Junior a job here so he doesn't sit."
Wow,
My dad is
in the
dead,
Quiddle
George. He
shop."
did something else. He wasn't in home building. This is my company. I started.
I don't believe you.
You want to take a bet?
I'll take some bets. How are you going to?
Why would you need something to
I'll
take
get with
the
you
water
then, George.
off if it's curved? It
George,
would
you
flow
are
off anyway.
picking the wrong person to bet with, George. Trust me.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I've
Yeah.
heard Reki for
Well, you
a
want to do it
year now.
publicly then? You want to do it publicly?
We don't have to do it publicly if you.
Why
don't
not,
want to.
George? No, I
Because
want to
you're
do
gonna-
it publicly.
Okay, then you're
What?
going to have to dox yourself.
I don't care. My name is Dave Gafford, George.
What's the
You
name
know
of your
that
company?
because you posted my name, George, and where
No,
I
I
live.
only
I
knew
live
your
in
sister.
Louisiana, George. I hold
What's
a
the name of-
Louisiana
What's the name of
state
your company?
certificate.
What's the name of your company?
RDG, George.
What? RBG?
RDG.
Okay. Just RDG.
How much-
It doesn't stand for
Why are
anything.
you wanting all this information before we bet,
Wow,
George?
we've
If you
got
think I'm
Blue in
lying.
the chat as well, saying you don't. He must be in for a bet as well.
Yeah. Put your money up. Blue's got money. George, you need Blue to fund you?
No, I've got plenty of money.
You want to go 10,000? Hey, George, you want to go 10,000?
On what?
On that, I own a construction company and I do slabs and they're horizontal. We don't crown them. Just on the simple fact of what you just lied about.
I didn't lie about anything. I said you don't do large slabs.
You said I don't own a construction company. Everybody heard it, George. You want to do 10 grand? I need 10 grand, George. Do you want to do it? George, you got 10 grand, buddy? I'm holding 10 grand right now. You think I'm lying? Do you think I'm lying about that, George?
You got plenty of money, George. Come on.
George, I'm holding 10 grand that I'm willing to bet you right now on what you just said that I was lying about. Do you want to do it or not?
I'm
Punk-ass
betting
bitch.
he's waving it around in his hand right now, George.
So what's the bet you want to make?
10 grand that I do own a company and we do make horizontal slabs every day. Today. I can even prove that I did one. I poured one today and it's horizontal. Not curving. No slope. No crown. The things you just lied about.
No, I said for large slabs.
You said I didn't own a company.
You're backing
George,
off that one now, George. You're not.
You think I got 10 grand?
George, he has definitely got a company, right, George?
I don't know that.
Oh, you don't know it, but you're not willing to bet now. You were confident about it before. 50-50 now? I mean, what is it worth betting or not? 95. I mean, where's the odds on it? I mean, how much would you be willing to bet?
I'm willing to wager my 10 grand I just have right here in my hand. I just happen to have it, George.
Yeah, bullshit.
I just posted a picture of it. What do you want me to do? You want me to flip you off while I'm posting the picture right now while I'm driving? The light just turned red, George. I'm on the beach. I'm going to flip you off with the 10 grand in front of me.
Yeah, I see envelopes.
Yeah, you're fixing to see cash with a middle finger pointing towards you. Do you want to bet or not?
That's not
You
10
quit.
cash.
That's not 10 grand. You don't even know what 10 grand looks like then.
Keep your eyes on the
5,000.
road, bro. Forget this fool.
I'm at a red light.
Pull $101 bill or $100 bills out.
Okay, no problem.
How much is the bet,
What?
George?
How much is the bet, George? I got my money ready. How much you want to
Oh,
bet?
that looks real, Bubba.
How does that look real?
Oh,
How does
come
that
on,
look real?
George.
You want the serial number, George? I tell you what. Check. You want to see it?
CGI.
While I'm driving, I just so happen to have fake 10,000.
just in case some Glober wants to make a random
Just in
bet with
case
you.
A senile old glober thinks I don't earn a living with using the tools that he doesn't know anything about, apparently.
You can't make this shit up, man. You can't make it up.
You still want to bet, George? I'm prepared. Making your file on me, George? You got my company name? Did you hear my name? Dave Gafford. You know the name that you posted.
I did not know your last
George,
name.
Louisiana. Louisiana. Don't interrupt me when I'm trying to tell you that you doxed me correctly. I live in Louisiana. I'm not in Louisiana right now. I have several homes, George. Different condos. I live in Florida 2 months out of the year. I'm headed to Tennessee right now. Anything else you want to know about me, George? These people, listen up, audience. I have no reason to lie to anyone. These people are the deceivers. They are deceiving you. They call us liars to defame what we're saying. We're trying to tell you the truth. They're lying about everything.
Oh, everything. Yeah.
Blue doesn't even think I have a business, right, Blue? I'm not capable of making a successful living or having a good family or traveling or owning anything because I'm linked to the Flat Earth group that you created.
We created?
Yes, you. People like you and Blue. That's
Really?
right. Yeah, because the Earth isn't flat, George. You know why I know? Because I can use the same tool, right, to prove that it's not flat. The same tool that I can prove it's not a sphere, George. We're using the same method on the same day. And you know this. If you have any lick of sense and knowledge of how to use these tools, you know that's the truth. That's how I know you're deceiving.
No, you know something in this image that you posted of this money in the envelope.
You're still doubting the money.
Yeah,
You're such a loser.
The first three bills look like there might be hundreds, but you've got it stacked maybe.
So,
with
George,
come on, George.
I'll tell you what,
It is. Look at it. You can see the watermark.
man.
I'll fan them out for you, George.
Oh, it's not about that. Come on, like it's George is going to keep doing it.
Spread it all out.
George, grow up, man.
Just drive safely, Rakia. Forget this fool.
Yeah.
It's time for the old man to
when you
retire.
get to a place where you got a table, spread it all out.
George.
Spread it all out in rolls of 10. And so
right,
we can
George.
There
George,
it is, George.
It's pretty
With the
simple,
middle
this,
finger.
George.
There it is.
It's really easy, this, George, right? Because you maybe think you're very good at doing looking through theodolites, and you may think you're very good at, I don't know, optics or whatever. But the one thing that you will not be good at is gambling, dude.
I can't believe
Guarantee.
you're doubling down on the money not being real, George. This is true.
What do you got to say now, George? What's next? His finger's not real?
Of all the people to start fucking betting with, George.
You picked
of
the wrong
everyone.
dude.
Con, I think it's time for us to go take a walk. Fuck out of here.
Maybe an apology is due to Rakia, George? What do you think?
No, I'm not convinced.
George, be the better man. And
You could have had
apologize.
this ready. This could easily have been printed off a color printer. I don't know what
George,
this
Blues doesn't doubt you have
guys are always talking about CGI.
Mm-hmm. Blue
telling me
saying
that he
you do
just
have
happened
a
to have
thing. So
a stack
George,
of hundreds on him because he knew you were going to be here and ask him for it, right? Really, George?
Well, why would he be carrying it?
That's his business. He's a businessman.
He just made the money.
He
He
can
just
do
made
whatever.
that money.
He could have
Really?
won this at a tournament. How the hell do you know? What do you care? It doesn't matter. What matters is he showed it to you, and you owe him an apology as far as I'm concerned.
I don't know what he's showing me.
oh come on, George.
We show you pictures of the Earth from space, and you claim it's not real. Same thing here. You're showing me a photograph that
He's doing it live.
No, he isn't.
He showed you an envelope. Then you
Flip the
said,
bird for him. Do us a
what could be
picture. Go on,
inside?
I
George.
can show
I'm
you
going to
the
show
Earth
you.
life from. I can show you the Earth life from the Himalaya or the Discovery.
Flip the bird
satellite.
from it. Go on.
Then you
Do us a
said,
picture of
George.
flipping the bird. Go on.
Then you
Well,
said I
anyway,
can only
this
see
is
2 bills, right? Then he flipped you the bird and he spread out the money. What
What do they
next?
say? Personal incredulity. Sorry, isn't proof. Personal incredulity.
Very bad, George. Very, very embarrassing behavior. Seriously.
You already got a
Is
straight
there
jacket.
anything meaningful you want to discuss having to do with
No,
something
you too old to be talking.
other than these childish little games that you're playing?
Oh, George, you've been wrecked on every turn that you've made. You've said
No,
stupid
no,
shit all night,
it
and then
isn't
you made a
stupid. You
bet
just
with the
think it's
worst fucking guy.
You just think it's
What, he's got
stupid.
some
because
loose
you don't
change in his
understand
fucking
geometry.
back pocket.
You don't understand geometry. We all know that, Bev.
You don't understand money, bro.
Bev, you
Didn't take
make
the bet.
silly assumptions that
scared.
everything is
Why you
on
so
a flat
scared?
plane.
Hey, old man.
You know, Bev?
Hey,
By
old
making
man.
assumptions that geometry starts on a flat
George.
plane, you can't extend it to
George.
you can't extend it to a
George.
curved surface like the Earth.
Can you hear me, George?
Can't extend geometry. Mm-hmm.
No, that's
George.
always been the basic problem that you have with your waddle levels and any other tests, your shared line segment, all
Anybody hear
that,
me?
is you're just assuming that you're starting with a flat plane.
How about pi, George? Can you modify that? Can you? Brenda was telling us the other night.
Pi what?
No.
Pi.
Pi?
Don't say the person.
Pi?
Yeah.
Pi.
Or tau.
Or tau,
Well,
yeah.
tau is not pi. Tau is 2 pi.
Yeah. I said or.
Can that
Well-
be modified?
Well, the value of pi, well, you have to be a little more, what should I say, precise in the language. A lot mathematicians,
Imaginative.
no, the number pi that we give the symbol, Greek symbol pi to, 3.14159265535, so on,
Wow. That's quite
is a specific constant. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Now that is a ratio. That is the ratio
Kant
of a
called it that
circumference.
anyway.
Oh, shut up,
Brenda said he
Bev.
was wrong.
I'm trying to ask a question.
That was one of
Answer a
Kant's
question.
worst mistakes, that calling that transcendental.
Oh God, forget it. I'll answer it for you another time.
Yeah.
Montreal,
tricky, innit?
because Bev just can't keep his mouth shut.
Yeah, I'm trying to save you, George. You were about to put your foot in your mouth. I thought I'd best save you. You don't want you making yourself look like a tit, do you? Like Brenda did. You can't have it as a constant and then change it, can you? That'd be ridiculous. Is he gone? Yeah, see that? See, I saved him there. Don't say I don't help him. Crazy
You
old
party pooper, you.
Ain't no party off of old man. Come on, man. It's time for him to enjoy the good life. Well, I don't know what he's living, but
He did save him though, because if he was about to say what I think he was.
Yeah, you only need Brenda saying that. You mean George? I mean, would George? He'd never be able to live with it. He'd go crazy, trying to justify why he'd changed pi in a room of people that he considers to be low life scum. It's a pity he never made that bet, though.
It's a good thing, yeah. It's It's a good thing
What's it
Rakia
back?
felt sorry for him.
Rakia would have taken his retirement.
I think that might have been George's retirement. We didn't want to. I mean, he said he was never going to come back here again. I'm not so sure how well that went, but I mean, thanks for coming anyway. Anybody else wants to come? Genesis? Oh, Genesis has left as well. Here's that word again. So anybody else want to come in? It's Friday night.
Hey, what up, Bev? What up, SC? What's up, Rakia? I'm in Shreveport right now, bro.
Shreveport, Bossier City, baby. Shout out.
Yeah, man, I've been here, bro. I'm loving it, man. I'm loving it, bro. Hey, I respect you so much. You handled George perfectly, bro, because I hear the way you talk. You are a concrete mason, no doubt about it.
Where's God's?
Yeah.
To put the text out.
It's just like
Yeah, I actually own several different businesses, but concrete construction is definitely one of them. But we have gravel pits and trucks, and we do a lot of stuff. But it's all in construction. George is just in denial. He has to stoop so low that he wants to talk about. He knows that I'm not in, construction or whatever. When that's just stupid, right? It just shows how low he's willing to go just to try and put somebody down.
Exactly. He's trying to deny all of your years of experience, and that's ridiculous. And it just is evidence of the fact that he has no idea about the profession. He has no idea about leveling anything. He doesn't know anything about concrete, building forms, nothing. So George, you're exactly right. George is vapid and ignorant as hell. And he should have just took your challenge, maybe not the money, but accepted that, you know what? My name is George and I can be wrong.
Never. I think what it is they've been in this world of make-believe where everybody makes shit up and like, what are you today? Oh, I'm a pilot. Ooh, what are you? I'm a surveyor. They live in that world for so long that they think everybody that they meet are like that too. So when they actually meet somebody who's being truthful, like Rakia, and this is what I do, he just they don't believe it because they've been around people that lie like fuck all the time as part of their internet persona. So when they meet a real person, it's a little bit different. They can't believe it. And I may get a little bit jealous that you've made up, like Rakia's made up this playboy lifestyle that, that George hasn't. George just had a house at the side of a lake. I mean, it's not that special. Rakia's like some sort of a playboy. Sounds like Miami Vice music going everywhere.
Massages left, right, and center. Boats and shit.
He's got women massaging him as he's driving.
And George is jealous as high shit.
In America, what Rakia does, we call him a contractor. Because he was trying to even tell George, I think, that he has a contractor's license. You just don't get those things if you don't know what you're doing. Period.
Yeah, like I say, George has lived in a world of where people just make shit up, and whenever they get asked, they have to bullshit and obfuscate and go round in circles to never get.
But wait a
to
minute.
An answer.
All he has to do, he has money, right? Buy a boat, comb your hair back, put on a shirt, Miami Vice, get some sunglasses, and that's it. Live the life.
Comb your hair back, bro. That's hilarious.
Get that Miami Vice look,
Yeah, wear the blazer without the collar shirt, bro. Just put a t-shirt up under it, man. Get on your boat and get get out there and shoot in some elevation angles, man, with a sextant. And then you too will be. I'm not gonna say it, but yeah, but welcome to mathematics, George. You sounded real stupid, man. You should have just talked to Rakia. He wasn't attacking you. He was offering you an opportunity to admit your ignorance, because we're all ignorant about something.
Wow, it seems like you might be a little bit ignorant of how these people try and deal with people that they consider are flat earthers. People like George and Blue, maybe McToons and Ranty. Who else have we had in the chat?
It's like he was trying to talk to Rakia like Rakia was one of his children. It's like, no, I said it, and that's the way it should be. That's it. It's like, nah, you're around men. So where's your sources, George? Fool, oh, you don't have no sources. So therefore you can't even make a proper bet. So you should have done exactly what you just did, which is get the fuck out of the way. Excuse my language.
I think that's why he did. He left. He'd had enough. But did anybody like the idea of a straight line being higher at both ends than in the middle?
That was beautiful.
Good.
Not the first time, but yeah, a lot of people got to hear that. It's amazing.
Did George pull a runner?
Yeah, oh yeah.
I think someone predicted that.
Yeah, we've got plenty of George's stuff. He doesn't need to be embarrassing himself anymore. We've got pictures and videos
like that pipe,
and all sorts of stuff.
Good stuff with the pipe, bro.
A modified Zanuck. I like it.
Modified LIGO. Yeah, that was beautiful.
A little bit hard to get away from the ball bearings and fill it with
Not water, a ball bearing. Okay, what's the freaking difference, dude? Still gonna roll.
That was the reason why he wanted to put it to a marble or a ball bearing, because it's just one point in that one space. Water flows. He didn't want that.
I don't know, like Euclid was trying to get across to him. If you have a vertical and a horizontal.
But then he had to bring in gravity pulling sideways.
Yeah, but where does the curve come from?
In that instance, there was no curve because gravity just affected the ball, not the plank. It's like insanity. And it affected sideways. Lateral motion. That's the first.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That,
Everyone else imagines as flowing water. George imagines as some sort of a curve at a center point that would be the top.
Yeah. Has anybody here heard sideways gravity? Lift your hands up.
Horizontal gravity, would that be?
Yeah.
It would have to be, wouldn't it? Yeah, because normally everyone would expect vertical, right? That's what vertical is. Not the other way round, right? Gravity didn't come first. Vertical was there, and they thought, I know, let's make something called gravity.
Yep.
And we'll just call it vertical, right? It's the same sort of thing, but gravity, you can imagine, goes to the center of a ball. How? Well, you just don't understand scale, but I mean, it's the same as vertical.
What I thought was weird was that it's different if it's underground than if it's above ground. If it's underground, it's two humps towards the center, or two drops towards the center. If it's above ground, then it's a hump in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's another one.
Yeah.
You guys fried his.
Go on.
No, I say you guys fried his ass out. He wasn't even ready for this. He was not ready for this situation. That's why he ran. He retreated.
He was brave enough to come in. It's not a new thing for us having George run away.
All right, so he's like Georgie Porgy.
Yeah, he's
trying to tell us about a Bendy's on him.
He has a snowflake mode where Georgie gets triggered by people talking, especially me. And he just runs away. He gets really upset. It's a bit like Brenda. You know, like Brenda when you go for the cup of tea. Well, George has that sort of thing where you can trigger him by just talking over the top of him. Because George has this thing where he likes to talk over the top of people and carries on and he rambles on for ages, not actually finishing a sentence or answering a question. He answers the question that he imagines you asked or you were going to ask.
Yeah, he's talking to you like he's talking to his children. That's what I immediately observed. He just wants to talk over you. He needs to put his hat to his chest.
You imagine he talks like that
and
to
reinvest.
Rumpus?
I don't know if he talks like that to Rumpus. I've been waiting for Rumpus. I am here because I'm going to sit Rumpus down.
Yeah.
And give him a lesson because he doesn't think he can learn anything more.
Yeah.
Huh?
Give him a spanking like George would. Like Rumpus is George's lad, you know.
Oh no, I didn't even know that. Wow. See, I was
not.
right on time once again.
Yeah,
Allah is never wrong. The greatest of all planners. That's a quote.
Yeah, it's a really bad thought, that, isn't it? Long lost son. He left when he was a lad on the boat. He sent him away to get trained in some Oxford school. To defend
oh wow,
the
that's
globe.
Rumpus's
Father and son globe defending team. Yeah,
that's Rumpus's origin story.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
That's almost like Moses, right? You know, getting put on a little boat.
Yeah.
Right.
It's sort of
sitting out there in the water.
The Bedford Canal.
Okay, I'm glad you told me that because that gives me a little bit more perspective on where he's going to be coming from. Because I think I already know where he's coming from, but I will reveal them whenever they come in, whenever they have the guts to come back.
I don't think there'll be any more coming in here now. You might have to go and find them. Somebody was saying, there's a couple of servers that you might like to go and see because you're struggling for them here. But if you want to go and spread the word, there's a few.
Yeah, no, I want to find him. Matter of fact, he's never here when I'm here. But I got to hear George make an ass out of himself tonight.
Anytime he comes
not accepting
over,
correction.
Rumpus, I know you're listening. Are you gonna let this guy talk like that about you, bro? Huh? I don't know.
It's Friday, free for all. Smack
free for all.
talking.
Come on in, Rumpus.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird name anyway. I'm just saying. I'm not judging, but it's kind of a weird name to call yourself that. I don't know if y'all ever thought about that when you say it, but what is a rump in slang? And that's what he's acting like. You know, that's what he's acting like. A rump.
What do you think you would challenge him on first? What have you heard? Is he your dragon? He's not your globe dragon, right?
I'm not sure what a globe dragon is, but I'm willing to hear what you have to say about what is a globe dragon, because I like the word dragon.
Yeah. What about Rumpus? What's he what's he to you? Why are you after people like Rumpus? Because you are new here, right? I mean, everybody who's listening now, just give them an idea. You're new to this place.
Yes, I am new to this space. Exactly. And I've heard Rumpus running his mouth and being very disrespectful and not hearing what people are saying. And if he's so educated, then he should be able to slow himself down and explain himself. And the best way is to cite sources. And he has a problem with that. He wants to run around and act like some kind of dictator, but you're nothing. You need to slow yourself down and teach people, and you don't get that done by talking down to people. I can do it, and you'll probably hear me do it right here with y'all at some point, because somebody's gonna come up and say something stupid, and if I feel that they are just dumb, then I'll expose them. I won't even get upset. I got witnesses of that right now. But with Rumpus, he just needs some correction. He needs to explain the mathematics that he understands, because I know the mathematics that he's talking about, but he just has to say it out of his mouth. And I'm not claiming to be a mathematician. I didn't learn to do algebra till I was 22 years old. I went to the community college in the city where I grew up, and I learned how to do algebra. And then took it on to, other classes, whatever, on a college level. So if you're saying this guy went to Oxford, so he has an education, so then we can go into, the formulas and really correct this guy. That's what I'm here for. I'm going to put Rumpus in his place, period.
Maybe if we say his name 3 times.
Right. Rumpus. Maybe I should go to a mirror, SC. Maybe I should go look in a mirror and say it.
You've said too strong a challenge there. He's not. Rumpus isn't used to be challenged like that. He'll have to check out who you are, how you deal with your arguments. He can't. If you're new to this scene, Rumpus just can't come round here. I mean, you could humiliate him, and that'd be embarrassing.
Oh, yeah.
He wouldn't have that.
Hey, George, why don't you DM Rumpus, please, for us?
They
Hey, to be honest, Bev.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, go on.
No, just to be honest, I found Flat Earth the same year you did. And you'd be like,
Flat Earth.
Well, no, we just talk about Euclidean.
The same year. What year?
Well, let's just talk Euclidean. Let's just speak on Euclidean terms. I'm not going to be difficult. This is simple.
Yeah.
Very simple.
What year did you think I found it? Well, that's a little bit weird.
2015. 2016, maybe. Because you need confirmation. You just don't change your entire life paradigm on a whim. You do it based on sources. And I say sources, another word may be citations. You can correct me. Like I said, I'm in America. America, we speak a different language sometimes. And I don't want to be misleading. I want to speak the language that you speak. So I say citations. I have citations for my claims. And I'll be willing to show anybody, anytime.
Well, you did just claim that you came to it just after me, but I'm not at Flat Earth. And I've not been here since 2015, so I'm a little bit weirded out by what you're saying, because, I mean...
No, I understand what you're saying. And I just want to explain that I've been learning... where English is my first language, so I don't want to be misleading. Like I grew up in Zimbabwe or something. So grew up in California. English is my first language. However, when I got into my 20s, I had a job where I was driving and I was listening to talk radio. This is when Howard Stern was still on the radio before he went to the satellite, around that time, right? And, a couple years before. So I'm listening to a lot of people talk and they're saying a lot of words. So I took it on myself to get a dictionary and write down all the words that I didn't readily understand when I heard it. And I would look up the definitions of those words. Little did I know that would be a practice that I would carry on up until this day today. Right? In the live chat, I posted from my I'll say 1965 Merriam-Webster's dictionary, and I found the word dip just maybe 3 weeks ago, man. This is brand new because, we're talking about, elevation angles and, using a sextant in this space, right? Because like I said, the only reason why I know about you is Nathan Oakley. I was listening to his channel. You came on there one time and he was like, yeah, check out Bev. He's legit. This is going to be something, it's just exactly what I do. That's what I got from Nathan. And so I started coming over and checking you out. Your work and listening to the live chats and stuff like that. So let me not get all out in the bushes, but I looked up the word dip. Like I said, 3 weeks ago, I put it in the live chat. Words matter. People should be learning 10 new words a day. I never failed to learn 10 new words a day because I'm just honest, deliberately, intellectually
Dip's
honest.
only got
That's
3
how I
letters. One of the early ones.
Say again. I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Dip's got 3 letters, and with you in your letters, you said you learnt it.
Oh yeah. No, now here's something that I found as I learned languages and as I learned English.
You were meant to be saying that why you seem to think that me and you joined the journey, whatever journey you think that was, at 2015.
I have 2 words that you'll be able to agree with. Are you ready? I'll take the silence as acceptance, just like the system does. So what it's called is collective consciousness. And I tapped into my consciousness about 2007, 2008, 2009. And it's just been a progression. So the collective consciousness, the collective awareness of the body of work that's out there, which is potential. It's just potential. I don't know what you've watched. I don't know what you've seen. However, I hear how you speak. And I understand your assertion of saying that I am not a flat earther. And that's important because that word, I'm sure, is copywritten in the United States of America somewhere. Somebody's got a copyright for that term, flat earth. But when I say it at a higher level of intellect because I have read a lot of stuff. Doesn't mean I don't know everything, but I have read a lot, especially since about 2012 when I found, just getting into Jewish mysticism on my own, just studying this and then fast forward and reading the Bible, fast forward and then getting back to this point where I'm quoting Deepak Chopra, who, when asked, what does consciousness mean? His answer was being in a... Wait, no, he said being in a superposition of all possibilities. That was his definition for consciousness when somebody asked him. Being in a superposition of all possibilities. That's my work.
We've got a message from the chat. Blue's asking, which 10 words did you learn today?
No, I knew that would come. And I'll just say, Blue, have you looked at any foreign policy information today? Just because, I could say the words, but they wouldn't matter. And I'll have to draw them from my memory because I just do it as a function. I just automatically learn because I know how to listen ignorantly because I broke down the word ignorant into 3 different words.
Yeah, we've heard that script as well. Just give us the best 3.
Let's see. The best 3: divergence in or deference. Deference is 1 word. I don't write them down anymore. I just I'm willingly submitting to this, and I started this in about 2000, 2001. So I could take some time and write the words down, but I can't actively recall them because they are a part of me now. I'm in possession, right? So I could write down 10 random words, and then it wouldn't really matter. This is something I'm doing for myself, and this is something I suggest.
Really learning 10 words a day if you're making 10 words up and then not remembering what you've just made up.
You could just say you learned 10
Exactly,
words.
Bev. I'm being honest. I'm being honest. Well, does anyone know who Julia?
Sorry, you're being honest by telling us that you don't actually do the 10 words a day that you said that you did, or you're being honest when you say that you did learn 10 words a day.
I allow myself to learn at least 10 new words a day. I think that would be better to describe my evolution.
Up to 10 words.
Because I watch the news continually, right?
From 0 to 10.
Right, somewhere from 0 to 10. I'm looking at news, France 24, covering the Ukraine war. So there's going to be
Whoa. You're already past your words. You can't learn any more today. That's 10.
No, excuse you. No, I don't want to be distracting. This is Free for All Friday though, so y'all should be up for this.
Yeah, you were meant to be saying why you say that you think that I joined a year after you because of the collective consciousness told you. Or did you just make that shit up as well?
No. Collective. Have you ever heard of the term collective consciousness before today?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I do believe we had a presentation done by Askin, thank you very much, just the other day. About that sort of thing, I do believe.
Okay, no, that's dope. I'm gonna ask you because I gotta qualify you because you may not be even qualified to ask the question.
Wow, I may not be qualified to ask a question,
or even beg the question. Let me put it accurately. So, do you know the 2 different spellings for the word consciousness? I'm not splitting hairs. Anyone can Google search this right now.
What's this got to do with you predicting that I joined this, whatever it is that you were on, a year after you in 2015, was it?
Well, 2015 is when I knew that I could start writing based on what I had learned previously from 2013, 2014, getting into 2015. And I'm like, okay.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think I joined then? Where did that come in?
I'm sorry. In the last time I was here in the live chat, I posted some of my drawings and I put the dates that I did those drawings for a specific reason. And the reason being that I'm accounting for the time that I was doing that particular work. Right. And I date everything.
I'm saying what creeped me out was that you said that I joined whatever it is. You said flat earth, and I said I've never been a flat earther, but why do you think that I joined that at 2015?
Because we gave up on what NASA was.
What?
We said, wait a minute.
When you say we, what?
I'm talking about the collective consciousness.
Oh.
Yeah, nosotros. Nos means the mind in Greek, but I just said it in Spanish. Nosotros. the nous, the mind, the collective consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
And see,
But that's
consciousness, there's two
everybody,
different
not
ways.
just me and you, right?
Right, it's everybody. Yeah, I'm not like, reading your mind right now. Open your mind,
No,
Bev.
it's just the way you said it. That's the impression I got. That's why I said that's a little bit weird, and I had to go into why you thought you said that. But you're just talking about everybody as a collective consciousness. But you do realize that not everybody's in that collective consciousness, right?
Yes, I do understand that it's not everybody that's in the collective consciousness. However, I have acquired portions of my consciousness from YouTube. And being that I've been watching YouTube since about 2007 when they were 10-minute videos, I look at the content that's on there. I'm subscribed to enough channels where my feed feeds me and it lets me know. I've also established a historical timeline for other reasons, other events and things that happened in history, going back to William Conqueror, 1098, and then coming back to maybe Martin Luther, 1517. And I'm only doing this to demonstrate that I've actually established a timeline. So why would I stop practicing anthropology after I learned it in college? Why would I stop practicing it when I knew that it would be of quality? And here's the day where I can exchange it with you, that this is anthropology that I'm using to establish a culture, right? When you study cultures, you study peoples, groups of peoples. You're going to study their language. You're going to study their customs and cultural practices, etc. Right?
Well, I don't know. I think like last time when you came round here, I haven't got a clue. I think we are on a completely different bandwidth.
No, and I'm glad you said you think, which means that now I'm not putting you out there. That means that you're not sure. Based on my pedigree, what I learned is that I'm supposed to get to where you are. So I'm trying to put my feet in your shoes like right now, because I want to give an accurate and proper demonstration of my administration. Like I want to let you know where I'm coming from, but I first have to find out where you're coming from. You don't think we're on the same dimension, but I'm dealing with words just like you're dealing with words. And that word in Greek is logos. Anybody can look that up right now. Logos in Greek. It's also Legos. That's how we have Legos, because Legos came from logos. It just means words. But it means much more. Don't allow me to limit it. It means so much more. But logos. So we're dealing with words. So I don't understand why I'm not in your dimension.
So
explain it.
You want to be an admin, but you want to be an admin, but you're trying to walk in his feet. That's what you're trying to do?
No, it's an expression in English where I think the best. Yeah,
I speak English. I don't speak nothing else.
Word. So I know how to speak English, right? Like slangs and everything, right? That's what we grew up with.
Never judged it. Never judged it.
Okay, so have you ever, what the word empathy means?
Empathy?
Empathy. Yeah, just tell me what it means right now. Empathy. What does it mean? I know, but can you tell me? Go ahead.
No, I just asked you a question. Why are you asking me a question? Can you answer my question first?
Well, I'm qualifying you. Because I don't think you're qualified to even ask me that question, and I'm here to teach you. That's the way this is going to actually end up. But ask your question again. I'll wait.
You're not here to teach me. I'm a grown-ass man, and I go about my day without you. I don't need you.
Please ask your questions and get out of your emotions. Hey, first get out of your emotions first, and then ask your question. Don't get high pitch on me. Just ask me your question again, please.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm not here because I need you. I'm here because I choose to be here.
Okay, can you please ask me the question? And choice matters.
Choice matters.
I agree.
Okay. You're trying to
See if
figure
we
out.
agree.
Okay, cool. You're trying to figure out. You're trying to get where Bev is at. And you want to put on his shoes, right? Yes or no?
No, it's not put on his shoes because you're getting it literally all fucked up, bro. Like, slow down. When your empathy, it means feeling for somebody, putting yourself in somebody else's shoes. And that phrase means to imagine if you were this individual born in this place. This is, the religion you grew up with. You had one parent, two parents, two dads, two moms. I don't know. But attempt to put yourself in that individual's position, which is not, it's judgment, because you want to make sure that you're being diplomatic with that person. So you're not going to judge them by maybe they can't speak English as well as you do or whatever language. I don't do any of that stuff. So when I use empathy, I've made an edit to it, and I say empathy with prudence, meaning that I'm using empathy, but I'm expecting an outcome. So I'm always expecting an outcome. And I published those words in 2017 in my book. So this is not something I'm making up on the spot. I have a source. Literally. Okay. Yes.
Cool.
Empathy with prudence. Do you know what prudence means?
2 thumbs up. You're doing great. I was just trying to figure out what direction you're trying to roll in, because where you're trying to corner. Or I'm not even going to say corner, because corner that's coward to me. Corner somebody into what you're talking about. I'm trying to figure out what direction you're trying to go in.
All right, well, I'd like to ask you a question. Was you coming to Bev's defense?
No, I was just trying to see where the discussion is going to.
We're dealing with, today's Free for All Friday, right? So I'm dealing with language, because language is important, because language is going to ultimately lead us in a direction of logic. And so we should follow a logical progression and abandon auto-suggestion. So and this is something I've been working on for a lot of years. I don't let English words affect me the way I used to when I was a boy.
Yeah.
Right? If you seen me, you would say, oh, he's a darky. And say, well, no, he's an American darky. So guess what? I won't say the N word around an American darky. See?
Okay.
Now that word I don't allow to affect me anymore,
Flatty?
because excuse me?
Is that Flatty? It sounds familiar.
Yeah, so I'm working
was that one
on
of your old names? Were you called Flatty?
Nah. This is the first time I ever been in a Discord server, period. I know about Discord for months and months, maybe a year or so, maybe more. However, I was never up in here until I came into your server, bro. This is first time. And flat no zero, no zero for everybody in here, that's horizon backwards. Right? So I came in the way I'm gonna lead.
You just sounded like Flatty. There was a character when I came in.
It was chasing
Discord. So it does sound like that, doesn't he?
Yeah, a little bit.
Sounds like the same guy. Don't think I kept any of those things.
Flips.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah.
The early stuff.
Yeah, bro. I have studied the Bible since 2013. Now, the reason why I'm bringing it up is because somebody else brought it up. And George said something. I can't remember. He said something that like it really triggered me.
Dogs are barking. Yeah. Sorry.
No problem. No problem, y'all. Like, hey, I got this. Like, see, the thing is nobody should try to do what it is that I do. Just ask me what it is that I do, and I'll do it for you. And then you'll understand the importance of my position. So, consciousness. I asked you, Bev, do you know the two different ways to spell conscious? Because one of them is very significant and important because we're dealing with language right now, free for all. So
I just
anybody want to
used the
come up
spell
here
check.
and shadow box?
Spell it wrong.
Go
I
ahead.
used
Sorry,
the
excuse
spell
me.
check.
No, I know how to spell it right now. I don't need a spell check. I could type it on
No,
a
you
typewriter.
said, do you know the two ways to spell it? And I said, if I was to spell it wrong, I would just use the spell check thing. So that only gives you one, surely. It doesn't give you two different ways to spell it. If it's one word, and then it will have one spelling, surely.
Okay, there's two words. It's a problem that we have when we speak English. Oops. Because, excuse me, it's a problem that we have when we speak English anyway, because with English, there's a lot of silent letters.
Okay, so what's the topic?
The topic is language.
Okay.
And you may not know what you're talking about in the realm of consciousness to understand what I'm talking about.
Okay, so we're in
I want
topic
to.
is the word consciousness.
Yeah, one is
and
spelled
the two different
conscience.
spellings.
Yeah, conscience, like C-O-N and the word science.
Yeah, and the
and
other
that
one?
means knowing the difference between right and wrong.
And the other one?
The other one is C, or Charlie, Oscar, November, Sierra, Charlie, Oscar, Umbrella. Wait, conscious.
Yeah. Just the
I was trying to
full
do it
word
in the
without
phonetic
splitting it
alphabet.
up into two.
Conscious, C-O-N.
Yeah. So the two different spellings are the word consciousness, and then the other one conscience. They're the two different spellings of the word, whereas you break the word up into two.
Yes, those are the two different spellings.
So what's the different
for those
spelling?
words? And they have C-O-N-S-C-I-O-U-S. That's the other spelling for conscious. And then the other one is conscience.
But
And a
that's
lot of
two
people want to
different
throw
words.
out science.
That's not a different spelling for conscious, because conscious is spelled conscious and science is two different words. So the two different words can't be a different spelling for one word, can they?
Well, no, it's not. It's two different words, and they have two different.
So when you said there's two different spellings for the word conscious, are there actually two different spellings for the word conscious?
Yes, because we're saying it in the English language. Nobody says conscience. You know this. Be honest.
Well, that's
and
two
that's
different
another
words.
rule.
That's two different words, though, isn't it?
True, it's two different words. However, when we speak,
it's not a different spelling for one word if it's two different words.
Well, did you know what conscience meant before
It's two
today?
different words. It's not a different spelling for conscious.
Now, I come also from the what they call the Black conscious community.
Yeah, but is there two different spellings or not?
Yes,
that
there's
was
two
your
different
initial claim.
Well, yes, there's two different spellings, but the pronunciations, right, sometimes overlap.
But the pronunciation has got nothing to do with the spelling. Like, because that's like you say tomato and I say tomato. Right? The spelling is surely the same, isn't it? Or is it one got an O and the other one got an OE with a different spelling? But they both sound the same and different pronunciations. But that's not conscious, is it?
Well, in that regard, maybe the pronunciation has to do with the language origin for the pronunciation of that exact same word, because that word is spelled the same. But when people say conscience, they just say it out here. You know, I'm in America, so don't judge me.
Yeah.
Right. And so when we're out here, people just say these words, but then when I go and look them up, I'm like,
conscience.
Right, conscience.
Yeah, but that like that would get like a cross. That wouldn't be like, oh, I know what he meant. He meant the other spelling of conscious. I mean, like, no, that looks like a really bad spelling. That's like, that wouldn't be correct. You can't just spell something wrong and say, there's another spelling of something. It might be different, it might be wrong or anything, but I mean, hey.
Well, how about this? You can say one. You can say one and not know the other one. But for the people who like reading the Bible, I would like to give you 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 20.
There you go. There you go, balanced truths. How long was that? Time me, stop the clock. Boom.
And I use the Bible like a dictionary. Slow down. Y'all got to check your emotions. All right. And so it's talking about the script. It's talking about science being falsely so called. And the word science is gnosis. And Bev, have you ever heard that word or looked up the definition for that word gnosis, which is Gnosis? And I've been knowing this since 2014.
What, on that word?
Gnosis, because that's the word for science in Greek.
Okay.
And that's what you do over here is gnosis. That's what attracted you. Yes.
Wow. I wasn't aware.
If me as an observer, all I have to do is apply the scientific method of sorts. Ask a question. Do these people know what the fuck they're talking about? And then observe. And here's my report.
I'm not too sure that's the scientific method. Really? Where did you learn that from? You've been watching Nathan Oakley, did you say?
Yeah, I've been doing, and that's how I came to writing my book, The Science of Fiction Dialectic. That's the title. This is 2017. Okay. I had to publish. I would have published a little earlier. It's just my mom died. My best friend shot himself in the head. It was like a long story, whatever. And then my dad died like 6 months before my mom did. Then my mom died on Mother's Day. It was the same day I was taking my college finals. It was a crazy like couple of years. And then I went through a divorce. My grandmother passed away in like 2018.
Wow.
You know, so it's a lot. And my wife, my ex-wife's father died 30 days before my mom, right? I'm trying to do all this research and then so I can present to the world, but you know, it's what it is. So here we are in 22, you know, after, you know, the pandemic and everything. You know, I'm a Navy veteran. That's where I'm coming from. 1996 to 2004. No war experience. Navy guy. I'm a vet. That's why maybe like, why is this guy buddying up so easy? Because I was in places and spaces with people that I didn't know that I had to get acquainted with real quick. But I'm not judging nobody, and I'm not saying I know who you are and everything you do. Nah, it's not about that. It's just I'm coming as a diplomat. Like somebody tried to question me about administration. I'm like, okay, well, so I'm on a diplomatic mission, you know, been on a diplomatic mission since 2013, 2012, 2013. Really knew it was a diplomatic mission in 2015. And so I'm just, you know, moving along with everybody, right? And because Jesus said, you know, be like a passerby. And so I'm like putting all these things in play that I never tried to do before. But I'm looking at it like a roadmap or some type of treasure map, and I'm reading it that way because I never grew up like this, in none of the church or none of that. No Christmas tree in the house, nothing. We didn't do that. So I'm approaching this thing brand new, you know, and reading it for what it's given me. and it's brought me to here, right where we are right now, where you now know that when you go to 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 20, and then you read through that and you say, oh, okay, so they're saying science is something that's actually we should take a little bit more serious. And then the word science, a lot of people are dismissing it because they don't know what 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 20 is actually telling to anybody who has intelligence and can fucking read. And it's something that you don't have to use as part of your life. I ain't pushing religion on nobody. Like I said, I'm on this quest. I found this thing, but I'm here right now. And everybody now is being exposed to this word gnosis, Gnosis. And that's the word for science. And it has its own definition.
Zero. It's asking. What's up, buddy?
Shalom, my brother asking.
Thanks for sharing your story, man. We appreciate it. But you got to understand, man, that you just need to reel it in a little bit and relax. You know what I mean?
No, I got you, my brother. If you can see the drawing that I have on the wall that I did here from March 7, 2016, I actually have a drawing with a reel. And it has to do with something dealing with hysteria. It has something to do with choice.
It is a picture frame on the wall, right? It's not just a drawing on the wall, is it, from 2016?
Check it out. So in 2016, I actually drew this on a piece of paper about the size of an index card. And then I said, well, let me just draw it on a larger piece of paper. I drew it on a 10 by 11. Matter of fact, I could take a picture. Oh, and then what I did is I taped it up here on the cabinet so I can constantly look at it, because within this is everything I'm talking about, because I knew that, man, this shit would be confusing for people. So I'm like, oh, well, let me give them something they can look at. And so the Spirit told me to draw this, and I did this in 2016. And I'll take a picture and put it up in the live chat so everybody can take a look at it, because I'm not bullshitting, pulling your leg or none of that.
Right.
I don't have to do that. I got the truth.
Just a little bit hard to follow at times.
Understood. That's why I like pictures too. I like pictures too. But I'm if you gentlemen will give me a few minutes, I'm gonna go ahead and take a picture and then post the picture my drawing, so you can, he talked about reel it in, because and that's what I actually keyed into, just so you understand. And now we say the word real, but it's got two different spellings. See, I am the REAL, not the REEL, meaning that I'm a propaganda bot. I'm not a bot.
But are you different than us?
Nope. Somos humanos. Which means we're humans, right?
Yep. Something like that.
Well, yeah, that's the foundation. I know it's a word, whatever, but yeah, we're all the same. We all bleed red. We all just come from different tribes. And we've been forced into this democracy of sorts. Me, I'm in a republic. And so, yeah, so we got responsibilities. We have opportunities that a lot of people don't have if they're living in some type of autocracy or a despotic, dictatorship.
So when you say that you're here to teach somebody else, can you see where that's a little offensive?
I understand that it could be perceived as offensive, but that's only if somebody's in their emotions. Now, I've also, for people who've read the Bible and want to go back into it, yeah, Jesus is a great teacher.
Weren't you getting a picture?
No, I was, but you're asking me questions, so I want to respond directly to what exactly.
But
people, no, I'm gonna tell you, you're emotional right now, and so you need to kind of check it.
We all know you're very passionate about what you're saying, but actually, you're the one that's being emotional because you've got a lot of vested interest in this.
Yes, because it's my history too that I want to bring up, right, on everybody's screen. I want to
Your
let's bring
personal
these
history.
up to our screen. Yeah, no, it's not anger. I'm not angry. I'm not emotional. And if I came here to teach, now I have a quote.
Oh, you're
and
very
I-
passionate, so that is an emotion, isn't it?
Well, if you had the truth, you would wave it around to everybody too.
What truth are you talking about?
Do you know? Did you hear what I? Do you know what the word gnosis means in Greek? That's the word for science. That's what all the Christians are reading, because
Yeah,
we're
no,
eventually going to have to go back into
no,
talking to
you
everyone.
asked me a question, didn't you? You said, "Do
Yes.
I know the truth?"
No.
What
Do you know what the
truth
word
are you on
gnosis?
about?
Do you know what the word gnosis means in Greek?
You always ask a question, you never answer it, do you?
Well,
I got him to
are
stick
you
on
on
topic
about?
with the.
I'm going on about language. This is free for all Fridays. This is the real shit, because you're hearing something that you're ridiculing. This is truth, because there's 3 stages of truth according to Schopenhauer.
That's
The
projection,
first
that
is
is, because
ridicule.
you made a statement saying, if you knew the truth, so I'm asking you, what truth do I need to know then?
That you're ridiculing me right now, right?
I'm not really. How am I ridiculing you? You made a statement, I asked you a question about it, and like usual, you don't answer the question. And you can hear the emotion in my voice. It is so overwhelming, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you feel ridiculed? I mean, we don't want to be. We're going to obviously, if you feel ridiculed, we're going to have to watch what we're saying, and we're going to have to switch on snowflake rules. Flat.
Well, I can use another word and say, "Oh, I'm being criticized," but I'm not being emotional.
He's just asking you a question.
Responding. Right. And I'm answering it, but I'm qualifying, because how can you really ask me a question and you haven't heard what I was about to say?
You said you were here for proof. Truth.
You said.
Okay, I'm just going to say it.
Come on.
Okay. My equals, that's who I debate with. Everyone else, I teach.
Who do you class as equals?
Do you
All
know
right,
what
enough is enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough, dude. Who do you consider an equal in here?
You are all my equals.
Well, hold on a second now. I heard you say last time that you came in to teach. Isn't
And
that
you're
what you
hearing
said?
it again, because if this is what it has to be, I regret having to be in this position. But I accept it with gratitude, and I will diligently execute.
What are you going to teach? What do you want to teach us? Go ahead. Teach me something.
Well, how about this, SE? Let's do this. So, do you know what gnosis means in the King James Bible to Christians? The word gnosis. Do you know what that means? Because
You're teaching me by asking me a question. Teach me. What does it mean? What is it that you want to teach us?
language and using language effectively, because that's what you're doing when you're berating a horizontal is level, because that's obvious, but to most people it's not obvious, but you have to spend a lot of time doing it, right? So it's the same thing with language. To most people, you have
So
to
you
spend
came
a lot
in
of
here to
time
teach
doing it.
us about language or about horizontal is level? Which?
Well, language, because you just gave me a lesson when you said and repeated that horizontal is level. So you see what you're doing? And so you're saying that I'm doing that, but you're doing the same thing.
So let me get this straight now. You came in here to teach me about English. Maybe you can teach me about English. But also we got some guys from Britain here. A lot of them. You came in here to teach them English, their mother tongue. Is that correct?
Yes, because it's my mother tongue too.
Wow. That's pretty arrogant of you, man. Seriously.
No, that's arrogant of you, SC. I got a dictionary right here that's 2,129 pages. I didn't publish the thing. I didn't publish it. So you're telling me you know the definitions of all the words in this book? Now that's rather that's hubris.
Hold on. I never said that. Listen up. I could care less about all the definitions in the book. And I could care less about you wanting to teach me something, bro. That's pretty arrogant of you. Seriously. That doesn't fly over here, man.
I got a question, SC. Have you ever been sued in a court of law? You ever been sued?
What does that have to do with it? What does that have to do with
It has everything to do with it because there's a lot of words on those papers, on documents, aren't there? There's a lot of words. And if you don't readily understand those words, you get somebody who can interpret the words. And that would be a lawyer, attorney. I'm not sure what they call it in Britain. Comforter.
A lot of them words are in Latin as well, not in English.
No, understood. And once you read my book and you read in the first chapter, you'll know that I call English pig Latin. And I laugh too. Now, this is an easy exercise, but it's just what it is. It's just an exorcism. Because y'all,
bro, hold on. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to just jabber on like this. It's not going to work. You came in here and you're just jabbering on. Jabbering. From one topic to the other. Just going on and on and on and on. Frankly, I'm getting fed up with that, to be honest with you.
Have you looked up the word gnosis, though? For your own
Here we go.
For your own palate? Look it up, bro. I'm going to be quiet. And this is what I'm talking about. You silly. Gnosis. Look it up. Look it up. It's science.
Is that one of the words of the day, Is that one of the words of the day? Oh, no, that was a word from 2017.
No, science is the word of the day. And I'm finding that nobody in here knows what science means.
Uh-huh. And you would be the one to tell us. You here to teach us about what science means.
All right, teacher, here's your chance. Science.
He asked me a question, though. SC, why are you talking, bro? He asked me a question.
Let's see if you can stay on topic for more than 30 seconds. Let's go. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. Hey, Bev, can you ask your question again? His emotions threw me off.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, SC, don't get too emotional.
I'm sorry, guys.
Okay.
I'm emotional.
So we are going to stick you on task. Start the clock. You are here to teach us about the word of the day, science. Please, go.
Science in Greek is gnosis. If you type in gnosis, it means knowing. And none of you gentlemen go through your life without knowing shit. So the idea that any of you would reject what I'm saying right now is kind of despicable, but I understand.
Science, isn't an accent thing, dude. That's fucking
I'm still
ridiculous.
teaching, Bev. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna stop. So the fact that
you're preaching, it doesn't sound like science. Is that you are? I'm just making sure we're still on the track.
This is how I talk, man.
Yeah.
If it sounds like I'm preaching, then I must be reaching. How about that? I must be reaching and stretching too much.
If you feel like you're preaching, you are talking about science. So science, right? Keep on track. Come on.
Science is knowing. The word in Greek is gnosis. That's two words. Did anybody? Now I'm going to ask a question right now. Does anybody
care about the words? What does science mean? What is science? I don't care how many words it has, how many fucking syllables it has. If it has an I or a Q, what does science mean? Please.
Knowing. Are you thick?
Knowing.
This is the third time I said it. This is the fourth time I've said it. It means knowing. It's simple. Are you thick?
Wow.
Right. Is that your teaching thing? Is that the way you're here to teach us about science? And
nah, man. I'm on my.
Seem to be using the Rumpus method.
No, I'm on my free time, man. I'm not teaching because I will be charging. But I haven't got to that point where I'm doing that. Just to put that out there for the people who want to get all sensitive and stuff.
So yeah, this is just a freebie then. Yeah,
this is
this is a sales pitch from you. But if anybody wants to give him any money to actually learn something, then that's when you do the learning. At the minute, you just here selling your particular method of what is it that you? What I mean.
No, I use the Bible like a dictionary for everybody that can't get over their emotions and their spookism, fuck ass religious beliefs. I don't care what you believe. I don't care how you believe it, because I know that every one of those words has a literal definition, and it also has a figurative one.
So you came to teach the teachers, and you're in class. Okay, class. Today I'm going to teach you about science. And you come up and you say, okay, class, science is knowledge.
Mm-hmm. He's here to teach people how bad religion is by using the Bible as a dictionary.
But how did I do there, teacher? How did I do?
Let me answer Bev real quick. It's bad.
I'm sure you want to answer Bev, yeah.
Sounds funny, doesn't it?
Well, no, I mean, you really
really
haven't
hard
told
to keep holding it in.
Well, no, SE hasn't really given me anything to respond to except emotions, because I got sources. I'm using a Strong's Concordance, which is a dictionary, or more like an index. It has every word in the Bible, namely the King James Bible. And through there, you can extract definitions. And so that's what I do. So when I don't get all spooked out, I don't have to be running with a whole group of people, thinking that this means this and that means that. No, I'm going to go to the original source, and I use the Bible like a dictionary.
Okay, guru, name spelled backwards. You explain science with just one word. Is that what a teacher would do? Let's say a student like me would
wait,
say,
let me answer that.
Let's say
You
a
don't have to
student
give
like
me
me
an
would say,
example.
teacher, can you expand on that?
Yes, I can expand on that. I'd ask you another question using the Socratic method, right? I would ask you a question, because that's what I've been doing, or attempting to do, is use the Socratic method, right? Now, if you ask the question again.
You can't even keep yourself going, dude. Come on.
It's unbelievable, bro.
Yeah.
Can you expand on the word science, teacher?
Yes.
Beyond one word.
In Judaism, or every Jewish scholar knows that when you look up one word in Hebrew, you have to know 5 other words to understand what that one word meant. So I took that knowledge and I applied it to Greek. So no, you will not know what science means by just looking at one word in Greek. I suggest you compare it to 5 other words. And have you ever looked at, well, no, I'm not going to ask a question because you don't answer questions. So if you ever look inside, and I'm talking to USC, and if
Keep
you
in
ever look
mind,
inside,
brother, hold on. Let me interrupt you
wait,
just
don't
for 1
interrupt me.
second.
I'm not done.
Keep in mind you're teaching now. You're supposed to teach, not bring me Bibles and Torahs, and you're teaching what science means. You're expanding on the word science. What does it mean, science?
Now that
not just
is
the word.
scientific fact. There's no real evidence.
Okay, well,
but it
now
is scientific
you
fact.
just said, don't bring me this, don't bring me that. But those are subjects that you can observe. Don't you agree?
Right. When I want to talk about the Torah, I will ask you about the Torah. When I want to talk about the Bible, I will ask you about the Bible teacher. Now I'm asking you about science.
I'm teaching the class, though. I'm teaching the class, student. So you got to sit down and let me do what I do, because I haven't even got to the point. Student, so sit down. You've been acknowledged. Now here it is, because I'm gonna finish
You're a
saying what I
bad
was saying.
teacher.
This
You
must
couldn't
be a
hold your
good
emotions.
lesson. This is a really
So here we
strange
go.
way of teaching this, you know.
Well,
you use
it's
strange
teaching is for
methods.
Is
Can
this
I
like
finish?
the torture teaching method or the forceful teaching method, or?
Well, tort means to twist, so I guess I'm doing a bit of twisting. Now, when you go into a concordance using that same method in Judaism,
Science teacher, science.
you're using
SCIENCE.
Hey, Bev, can you mute him so then we can just talk?
We're
Because he
trying to
just can't
keep on
handle
the topic of science. You're meant to be teaching science.
And Bev, he asked me, can you just get an understanding of what the word science means with just one word? And that's why I went and said no. And Jewish scholars know that when you learn one word, you got to compare it to 5 other ones. So if you were to pick up a
know
strong
what science is.
Yes, I used the Bible.
Essie asked the answer with more than one word. Not with one word, with more than one word.
Exactly.
So please expand then.
Yeah, can you please flat just a minute, right? There's however many people in the chat here, 17 in the Discord. There's 47 people on the YouTube, and not one of them has got a fucking clue what you are going on about. And you've been in here maybe an hour now. There's literally nothing. Now, we're trying to get some knowledge and learning. It's Free for All Friday. And you say you're here to teach. But nobody knows what the fuck you're going on about. Now, if somebody is out there that knows what's going on, because I'm not too sure that you even know what you're going on about. It's a good effort, and I've heard you've giggled to yourself a couple of times. But
only because of the thickness. Now, I have something based on what you were saying that will help to give more clarity. So use words as containers. Essie, my student, from this point on, use words as containers. Now, let me explain.
Yes, teacher, yes. I'm all ears, sir.
So, for each
Hold on, sir. Can I go to the bathroom, please? I have to go to the bathroom.
Can we get Rumpus in here? Come on, I get the feeling that there's only one person that can deal with. That's why you're here. Give us a lesson. Yes.
I just spoke to George. Come on, George, get Rumpus in here, bro.
Yeah.
Go on, teacher. My apologies.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, apology, except you are sorry. But use words as containers and allow the container to hold all the definitions of those words. Now, this is not something that we do. However, it is in the realm of things that we're studying and we're looking at, because we're looking into the fields of quantum physics.
Whoa. No, wait a minute. You can't just leap from science to quantum physics, can you?
Yes, I can, because I'm going to talk about Brian Greene's publication. No, I'm talking about Brian Greene's publication. He's a NASA physicist.
Uh-oh.
I don't know. He went to some Ivy League school. Yes.
And are you a flat earther?
No. I'm not going to take that term.
Okay.
I'm flat no zero.
Okay.
So the book that I'm looking in, or that I'm citation. Hey, how you doing, sis? It's Space, Time, and the Fabric of the Cosmos. And there's a chapter in there that deals with time travel. I didn't write this book. This book is out there. Space, Time, and the Fabric of the Cosmos.
That's the question that Essie asked.
Science.
Okay, and so within the chapter that deals with time travel, this is Brian Greene. I didn't write any of this.
Is this one of the 5 words that you were going to have that linked science to something else? Or have we just fucked off on another tangent somewhere?
I would say
is this how we're going to get to it? Is this a story that's going to eventually bring us back to one of the words at least?
No chance in hell.
To science?
Okay. Now, Bev, I'm ready to answer you as long as you've accepted the idea that the word science is a container that's going to be holding more definitions. That's why I brought up the word that words are containers, and the word science is now a container that's going to hold multiple definitions. Now I'm going to give you
Definitions of what?
the word science because SE asked
Science
earlier.
is going to hold all definitions.
It's not that science is going to hold all definitions. It's that the word science is a container, right? And within the container, within the container, that's where the definitions are going to be. Multiple definitions. And I'm going to give you one example from the book.
Can we actually have a peek inside of the containers before you start moving on? About what science is?
Yes, science is a container that has multiple definitions.
Can we have a look inside the container? Show us inside the containers before we move on.
You are the container, so I assume you have access to your own mind. Right?
God.
You have access to your own mind. Yeah.
Also, a corporeal figure like myself is a container now of the word science and the definitions of it and what you want me to understand about science.
Well, you are a container. You have gas pressure, don't you? Your guts.
I have a lot of gas, especially after I've had a curry.
Right. Okay. I'd like to move on now. So,
I'd like to go back.
Science.
Have you actually? Have you
We're not
answered
gonna
Essie's
get it.
question?
Well, no, it's that you all gotta relax. Okay.
I'm more than relaxed.
A lot of the English, a lot of English words actually come from Greek. I've even found
Do they come from German as well?
Study,
They come
Of
from
course.
Spanish. They come from
Of
French.
Old English as well. We've got a few words that are Old English.
Yeah.
Right. Does anybody know how old the English language is? I do. I'll wait.
How about science?
Yeah.
Well, English science is an English word, so that means it happened on a timeline. Se. So, do you know how old English is?
Did it happen on
Like
Thursday?
I said, I'm gonna say
before
this again.
science or after science?
Outside the container or inside the container?
Or both?
Yeah, well,
Superposition.
Let me just
How
carry
about
on,
that?
class.
You
All right,
said
hey,
that
class.
before, Feature.
Everybody in the class, sit down. Everybody in the class, sit down. Mind your business. You don't need to be asking questions. I'm going to satisfy your little palates.
Have you been to any others? Have you ever been to go and see Nathan? You said Nathan sent you over here. Have you ever been and had a word with Nathan?
Yes, I did say Nathan sent me over here, and the only time I participated was in the chat. This is the master class of English, y'all. I'm actually trying to get to something that you can actually use for yourself. Now, within that chapter dealing with time travel, now this is the book.
Oh, whoa, time travel.
By Brian Greene. No, this is out there for everybody. So it's not something that I came up with. It's something that,
No, I
that
think
can
you're
come
out there
up
for
from
everybody.
you.
Yeah.
Why are you interrupting me? It's something that could come from inside of you.
Twilight Zone.
Well, not really Twilight. So
No. For you to say what
no,
I'm
wait.
what I'm
Let me get this out.
I'm gonna get this out real quick.
Because you're
And I'm
being
just gonna say
emotional. Go ahead. Be emotional. Right.
Yeah. I'm not emotional. I'm just saying for you to say that you talked to Nathan in the chat. Nate don't.
Oh,
He don't do any talking in the chat.
Hey, bro, he didn't send me over here. I've never talked to him. Bev asked me, and he said, Nathan sent you over
You
here.
both
Yes.
do that thing.
Bev, from his show. He said, go and check out Bev's show.
Okay, I'll just making sure.
Right? Okay, yeah, that's all I said. And even
Mr.
the way
emotional,
Bev,
you are.
well, no, I am going to explain to you what I found. No, I just go up to bring you down.
No.
Yes,
You couldn't bring me
that's
down.
the way it happened. That's the way it happened.
That's the way in your mind. You're
like that?
deluded.
How do you like that?
Go ahead. Go ahead,
Okay.
guy.
So, time.
Go ahead,
No,
Professor.
that's
Have you had
police
your
use-
question
it's a
answered
tactic.
yet?
The police use it. It's called escalating. And so I
Concentrate, teacher,
escalated all of
concentrate.
these accounts.
Science.
No,
Science,
the
teacher.
police are taught to de-escalate, not escalate.
Well, no, if somebody's getting, well, that's what you're thinking. But what actually happens in real life? So please.
Well, what happens in real life is against their training, isn't it? Because they're actually trained to do de-escalate.
Camera, Redman. Got your camera on, Redman. Oh. Is he not listening?
From the toilet yet?
There you go.
Oh, lovely. You're sitting down in your chair.
Oh, this is different.
What's different?
No, the layout's different. But anyhow, let me just get to this, yo. I'm just trying to tell you about something in the chapter of a book that I didn't write, but it's quality. Now,
Is it about science?
Different.
Jesus Christ, students, please. Okay,
Is it
so
about science, teacher? It's been about half an hour now. We're waiting.
in the chapter dealing with time travel, Brian Greene presents the work of somebody else. But this other guy came up with something called M-string theory. And I'm not going to ask no questions. So within M-string theory, it deals with the idea of using 5 words to understand what one word means. That's M-string theory. Now, the predecessor to M-string theory was unified field theory, where you're measuring 10, or excuse me, you're spanning 10.
Is this a script you're actually reading from?
This is unified field theory.
Is
Have
this
you
a
ever?
script you're reading from?
Do you know what unified field theory is?
This is one of the 5 words
Is this
to
a script
explain science.
you are reading from?
You think I'm reading from something? I'm reading from my spirit.
It was a question. It wasn't a statement. I said, is this a script you're reading from? That is a question, as you should understand if you know English, like you say you do.
I am reading from my spirit. These things are known knowns. So
Do you know
field
any
theory,
unknown knowns?
spanning light beams. Are you familiar with what unified field theory even is? Like I said, I
I
debate
don't
my
even understand
peers.
what science is because you haven't explained that to us.
Theory of unifying
I
fields.
debate my peers because everyone else I'm teaching.
Have you taught us about science yet?
Science means knowing. This is the 6th time I've said it.
Well, can you expand on it then, please? Because what does knowing mean?
Knowing would make you a Gnostic, because that's where the word Gnostic came from. Is the
Another
word
word one answered the question.
Which means a scientist, Slobie.
Which means, go on. What's the next one you're going to mean on?
So, going back to the idea that words are containers, we now can Google search M-string theory to find out what that is, right? Using
I'm
5
still
words.
confused. I'm
Oh,
totally
gosh.
confused.
Oh,
What
gosh.
is
SC, I'm actually answering you, bro, because you asked me earlier
What's
about
What's M theory? Go ahead, tell us.
M-string theory.
Tell us what it is.
Is
Yeah, go
using M-string theory is using 5 words to 5 different languages, excuse me. Using 5 different languages to understand what one word means.
Bull crap. Research that. Bull and crap.
Please, someone to go do a search so we can put the pacifier back in SE mouth. Because you're being disrespectful. You think I'm wasting your time like that?
Yeah,
And then
Yeah,
unified
research
field
M
theory.
string theory. Go ahead.
But
Go,
you're
go
trying
ahead,
to tell me
research
you
and
can't
see
use.
what it is.
You're telling me you can't call words containers,
What's
but
the
I didn't.
unified field
Hold
theory?
on, hold on. Are you wait? Hold on. Let me ask you, SC. Have you ever heard of the school curriculum called Common Core?
Here we go from M string theory to Common Core. Next, he's going to be talking about poodles taking baths while I don't know, going down an elevator or something. Go ahead.
Yeah, you didn't answer the question.
Tell me
just
what you said
told
30
me.
seconds ago. Tell me what you said 30 seconds ago. What were we talking about 30 seconds ago?
M string theory. And you
And
asked a question half an hour ago. Can
but
you?
you still didn't answer it. You still didn't
Science,
answer science
Listen,
before
science. Can you
Right.
understand what the word science means from knowing one word?
No,
which is
that's
knowing.
why we asked you to expand.
But I also gave you the word in Greek first, which is gnosis, and then I connected it for the other Slobi, and I was like, that's where the word Gnostic comes from. And there's something called the Gnostic Gospels, and Gnostic is a word you can look up. And then the
Right.
word science.
Purple elephants is another word you can look up.
Sure.
Chihuahuas is another word you can look up.
But you don't know how to say elephant in Hebrew, so you're wasting my time. And then you're not even looking at the elephant as opposed to the jackass, because they're both pachyderms, and one I'm sure can carry a much heavier load than the other one.
Told you we'd be talking about poodles pretty soon. There it is.
But let's get back to M string theory.
No, dude, there's nothing to get back to.
There's
You're
nothing to talk
talking
with you,
all
man.
over the place. I initially thought there's got to be some reason, right? You're here.
Have you looked up what
we do,
science
and we
means,
know we
bro?
do have free for all Friday, right? But we're still trying to work out what the fuck you're doing here. Really?
He doesn't know himself.
No, I know. And I feel sorry for you, mate. You're either here to take the piss, in which case you failed pretty badly, and we've tried to do it, or
let's bring it back, because
you best be good, because this is getting old.
And I still wait. You know what? Let me come back. Let me take my photo. Let me put it up in the live chat, because that was something else I was supposed to do. And SC, no, you can't know what science means from one word. You have to compare it to 5 other ones, and so that's handled. But I'll be back.
Is that it? Gone?
Wow.
Where?
That was pretty strange.
He's not gone. He's still here.
I know. He's got to get a picture or something. Yeah. People are saying they'd rather listen to Rumpus. It's not bad having people come
That's
in
funny.
and all of that, but he does seem to want to. He wants to teach, but with nothing to teach, with no substance. And
Yeah,
I'm not
nothing.
too keen. I'm not too keen on the people that say Google shit. It's not really a technique for teaching anybody anything, I don't think. Shouldn't be. Yeah, I don't think he's gone. He's still around.
Oh, he's trying to take a picture of what he was saying before.
I don't even know what he was saying before.
Nobody knows. This is the 4th time we spoke with him, and it's the same thing. Seems like a nice guy. He doesn't seem like a bad guy, but he cannot, whoever doesn't believe me, put your clock on, see if he can stay on topic for 2 minutes. Just watch and see when he comes back.
I'm back. Go ahead and get the stopwatch out.
Stopwatch.
Hey,
Science.
I'm gonna go to my Webster's for you, SC. I'm gonna go to my Webster's.
Are you going to explain this picture? Do you want to explain this picture to us?
Hey, bros, Askin was talking about keeping it real. And so if you look at the picture, there's a reel there. There's like actually like a couple of film reels. Because film was a word. It's a 4-letter word, but it's also a word that I found that had a lot of value so far as logic is concerned.
What?
What is
Make up
this?
chores.
Go on.
Sorry, guys. Hey, guys.
What up, dude?
A rough description of that drawing is that's what everybody does. That's what everybody does. You're projecting from inside of you what you know, and then everything you see reflects back into you, and then you start making judgments and decisions based on those things. And that's not outside of anybody's understanding. That's just how it is. That's life. And
That monkey face design part there on the left, what does that mean?
that was my record label that I started back in 2007 that led me to, a grander awareness. So I started out doing music, but I changed Monkey Face Entertainment, and I also created a design company, just based on the idea of wanting to do good hip hop music, with a message in it, stuff like that. And, really to try to be, find a way where we all can kind of get liberated a little bit more. But, as I learn and I live, I started studying political science, at UNLV, and got a greater awareness of this world.
So this
So
is
now
like
I'm a little bit more practical about what I do and how I do it.
this is like a montage of your life kind of a thing. Okay, got it. Can you please go back to science? Let's see if we can sort this out. Science, stopwatch, go.
Yeah, you can
We
count
can
this
get
time.
back to this if you want. No problem. We can get
No,
back to this.
I'm in my Webster's right now because I think we should all have a grander understanding of the word science, like what it means in a lot
You're
of
not
different
going
ways.
to read something out, are you, from a dictionary? Is that what you're fixing to do?
Webster's, he said.
Yeah, that's what I'm finna do because that's what I was fixing to do before you interrupted me again.
After all this, bro, after an hour of me asking you, you're going to read something from Webster's?
Yeah, I think this one, it was published in 1965. So, yeah, these words are quality. I don't know what type of scholarship that you roll with, but I just have a classical, understanding. Just let me cite
Webster's.
sources that are available to everybody so I can have an understanding and everybody can have an understanding. We can go back to something together.
How old's your Webster's then?
My Webster's is 1965. Science. Noun. Scientia, right, from Latin. Knowledge. S.E. said that earlier. To know. And that's the word for gnosis. And that's the same one in 1 Matthew chapter 6, verse 20. And if you read that particular scripture, then it'll be like, oh, you'll have a aha moment. Because you'll be, oh, this is the thing that we've been rejecting, but now I know it means to know. And now it's on you. Because I don't know how y'all live your life. I don't know if you're a follower. I don't know if you're following somebody right now. I don't know none of that. And I'm not pushing no religion on you, but this is something you can rely on. It's just, what does it mean in other languages? And then take all those and then do what you want to do from there. And this is 1965. It also means to know. So because I'm using the Bible as a dictionary, and the word gnosis that I found in the Strong's Concordance also says knowing, and it says to know. And I've said that about 8-9 times. And it's like, y'all couldn't hear me. I'm not making this up. So if you say, oh, that's science. Oh, this is science, this is that. And you dismiss it, you haven't gone back just to that book without your emotions attached. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. Those people, those Christians ain't nothing. No. I was like you. I judged the book by the people. But once I found out, using the scientific method, that these people are not reading this goddamn book like you think or anybody here thinks, then I took it on myself to be responsible. Just like Bros, he was like, oh, he's reading from something. No, I'm reading from my spirit. And just so you know, my mom gave me that book. That was one of the
Okay, you're
last.
monologuing.
Wait, hold on. That book.
No, you're monologuing.
Space-time in the
Essie asked
fabric
the
of the
question.
cosmos.
Can you
Wait,
please
hold on.
answer
That
the
book.
question?
Let me finish. Let me finish and I'll stop. That book, Space-Time in the Fabric of the Cosmos by Brian Greene, my mother sent me that book. Right? She must have thought that I needed to see it. I didn't go look it up myself. She sent it to me through the mail. And I read it.
You're
and
getting
now I'm
emotional
citing
now,
it.
bro.
So if you, hey, Essie, if you ever want to do any time traveling, it's done through M-string theory. If you ever want to time travel, look up the word science and get an understanding.
Next week. Don't get it too advanced. We'll do that next week, right? Do a little bit of time traveling.
Time Travel Tuesday.
Yeah. Time Travel
Hey,
Tuesday.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Time travel
we went
Tuesday.
from
I tell you what we
science
could
to
do,
time
right?
traveling.
I tell you what we could do. Next week, we'll come back and give ourselves a message, right? Can we give ourselves a message to not do this stupid shit that we're doing?
Especially not live.
Yeah. Think we could do that?
Well, what you're doing is on my diagram, and we can refer back to the diagram now. And you said, and SE was like, "Oh, that's you."
We could go over this for a week, right?
No.
And then realize next week what we shouldn't have done. Come back, tell ourselves to fucking not do that.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'll be expecting a slap from myself pretty soon. Like, why the fuck did you let this happen?
I kicked myself in the rear.
Hey, it's quick. Don't only look at one part of it. Look at the bottom right-hand corner. There's two words written there: heresis and hysteresis. Now, SE with his high pitchedness right now, getting all excited and stuff, thinking you're making it funny.
He's one of the most high-pitched guys I've ever known.
What he's doing is exposing his hysteria. He's magnetizing his own ideas. And then if you look at the word to the left of that, it's EXPERI. And that's experience. You know, you can finish it off.
Look up the word laughter. Laughter.
Zero. How about you look at the word funny for the first time in your life? Because you've never looked at the word funny before. I already know.
Zero. Hey, Zero. You hear me, buddy?
Don't call me buddy. But SE,
Hold on.
you never.
Oh, wait. Let him talk.
SE.
You hold up, Zero.
Hold
No,
on.
Zero. You hold up.
Flat.
Go ahead.
Why don't you just call it a night, buddy?
No, I mean you're trying to be antagonistic, but that's okay. No, it's a night. How about that? No, you're being hysterical, and you said it's me.
Somebody's listening to themselves.
Y'all ain't ready for the truth though, but it's cool because
What truth? I got my own truth. I don't need your truth.
Of course, we all have our own truth. You have to look into M-string theory. You have to look into what is unified field theory. Have you ever looked up the word universe or the word galaxy?
You know, I didn't know that those words could build me a house or keep a roof over my head. Can that do that for me?
Oh, so you're being materialistic? That's cool.
No, I'm asking you a question.
Unless
Do you
you're
stay
an
in a house?
astronomer. No, I'm answering your question. Stop being
Yeah,
emotional.
answer this question.
Because you
I'm
know
not
the
emotional.
5%ers do this too. The 5%ers do the same thing that you do.
Look at this guy
They
right
say,
here.
"Oh, well, is it practical?"
He's so boring, dude. I mean,
Okay.
you can go off into your fantasy books and all that stuff that you love to read. There's no problem. If you're trying to put, that's almost like a religion to me. or are you trying to push something on me?
No, it's practical.
Bro.
It's very
Yeah. Okay, well, put that
Have you
that
ever
shit
served
to
in the
paper.
military at all?
I don't
Man?
need to serve in the military. No.
Okay. I'm just
No.
trying to. You have a college degree of any type, like an AA, BA?
What is that? What does that matter?
Well, it matters
I'm
because
I'm
part of the way
I'm
you asked the
successful
question.
in my
you
life.
Let me answer. This is
Hold on,
quality.
I'm gonna telling you. I'm gonna tell you. I'm successful in my life. I don't have to be successful in your life.
No, hey, congratulations, my man.
Okay, so I'm great. I don't need it. I'm good.
No, and I'm gonna. Can I finish?
Yeah. You go ahead and finish what you want. But I'm telling you, I'm good.
And now, just so we can make it practical, this is the difference when you deal with a police that has a college degree and a police that doesn't have a college degree.
What?
Because there's an intellectual level difference. There just is. It's measurable. My ex-wife has a criminal justice degree. You know, I have family that was in law enforcement.
Don't
no, hang
talk
on a
about
second.
your ex-wife, man.
So, and then another reason has to do with when you turn in research papers or anything like that, you have to cite sources when you turn those papers in. You know, it could be 3 citations up to 5.
We don't require citations like that. Not us.
No. I mean,
and
if
you're
you have
you're
fear
not
of the
preparing
police,
any
that's on you.
science stuff, are you? So, I mean, there's no need for you to do that here.
Wrong tree. I think you need to find another server because I don't think it's working here, bro. I ain't gonna call you bro. 0.
No, I understand. And, you know, I understand and understand what you're attempting to say, but no, I'll come back another time. But everybody did know now that science has multiple definitions. And SC, I'm happy that you asked. So now you know a little bit more about Judaism. That this is what they do. They compare 5 other words to one in Hebrew, so they know what the one means. So, and that's what the work is. And for the people like me who love Yeshua, you know, this is what we have come to. But this is where it's been, and I accept it with gladness. And you know, now you science. This is science. You know, you were a part of my science experiment. At the end of the day,
I asked you for science, and you brought me a Jewish definition from where was it? The Torah, you said? Where was it? Which Jewish book was it?
Gnosis. Gnosis is actually a
that's
Greek.
That's Greek. You said from the Jewish text. Which Jewish text did you say?
And what is it? I mean, no. I said knowing is the definition for science.
Before that, dude. Do you not remember what you said about the Jewish text? Not even 10 seconds ago.
I talked about Jewish scholars. Jewish scholars. Okay, looking at one word, but knowing that they have to compare it to 5 others. That's what they do.
And that's science. You're saying that's the Jewish definition. Be careful, because I'm going to ask somebody that I know tomorrow. So you're telling me now the Hebrew definition of science is 5 words? Is that what you're saying?
No, when you look at one word, you have to compare it to 5 other ones. I don't know why you're thick.
Can't even get that shit, bro.
You really are
I'm
thick.
done with you. Me and you are done.
No, you
more
really are thick.
conversation.
And it's ridicule, violent opposition. This is the second stage of truth. The third is accepting yourself.
You have no clue of what you speak, my brother. Peace be upon you.
1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 20. Read it for yourself.
Yep. I'm getting tired now. It's Saturday. And I think I'm going to close this off. If anybody wants to come into the Discord chat. Obviously, this will probably go on for fucking days. It never seems to end. Don't even know where it's going to start. It might not even start. But thanks for putting up with us, everybody. Bust a song. Do you want to bust a song to go out with? I think we deserve one.
I just want to say while it's live, Bev.
Yeah.
Rumpus, stop being a weakling and bring yourself up here. Because I know why you're getting upset with these guys for. I know now more than ever.
I had to mute him. I've had enough of him.
And you're getting frustrated. We got to go into mathematics a little deeper.
Really?
Ones and twos, pimp. Warren Cliff, what you want to hear for the go out song? Because we need to end this on a good note.
Wait, hold on, Redman. I want to know.
No. Wait.
Are you getting paid to be here?
Yeah, your time's up now. Mate. We're just doing the ending finish flat zero. You've done your bit. Let everybody else have their go now. Thanks a lot.
Warden Cliff, what you want to hear, bro?
Oh, anything from Buster will be absolutely brilliant.
All right, SE, what you got?
Anyone in the chat? Come on.
I always pick. Somebody else pick
Bust
a
a
song.
song or something. I'll just pick one.
There it is. It'll work.
Anyone? No? Yeah, okay.
Okay, you don't understand.
Yeah,
I like that one.
We've got two.
There it is. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, that's perfect. Perfect.
Axiom.
Going on mute.
Okie dokie. Thanks for watching, everybody. Come back maybe tomorrow. I don't know. UFC night. Maybe Sunday. Thanks for watching. Free for all Fridays. Come back next time.
You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah.
Thank you, Mike.
Right, so you've managed to confuse a lot of people within that argument. Weird times, buddy. Because like you weren't trying to say that all horizontals are not parallel because you can draw a cross on a piece of paper.
I was temporarily agreeing.
That wasn't the argument.
For fuck's sake.
Because some people have took it as though that is.
I'm sorry. A separate discussion. Happy to talk about that one day. What I originally suggested, and Mike knows this, Mike Jones. Yeah. We agreed we'd sort of discuss the postulate first. You call it the triangle last time.
I do, yeah.
I discussed the swimming pool. Thank you, Mike. Question.
Weird times, buddy.
Don't understand. Be quiet. Swimming pool. Thank you, Mike. Question. You don't understand. For fuck's sake. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mike. It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. Thank you, Mike. You're just on your own. Well, that I hold to be a self-evident. You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah. Because it's got just about a triangle, yeah.
The question is, why did you include that axiom? You call it the triangle axiom. That postulate.
I do, yeah.
Axiom. Why did you include that at all? You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, because it sort of shows that triangles have 180 degrees, right? Or sum of two right angles.
You know? So you're saying
to 180.
How does it show? Be quiet. Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you can prove that, but why did he include that? You call it the triangle axiom. If you can...
Oh, you can prove it?
Be quiet. If you can prove that triangles have... You call it the triangle. The sum of the angles is two right angles. Why would you need... For fuck's sake. I'm sorry, that's my question. You call it the triangle axiom. You don't understand. You call it the triangle axiom. You don't understand. I was temporarily agreeing. Be quiet. It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You mind? You're just on your own. For fuck's sake. I'm sorry. Horizontal lines can easily not be. Just as I suggested, you just sort of get a horizontal line. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. You put two crossing lines on them, and by definition, any two lines, straight lines on a horizontal plane, are themselves horizontal. You mind? Though. That's the problem. You can't. Well, it's not really a problem. Yeah,
it's not a problem because there's only three straight lines. How fucking difficult can it be?
Point again is that you cannot prove it. A lot of people, you call it the triangle axiom. Millennia thought you could prove the fifth postulate. You call it the triangle axiom. The question is, do we need the enclosure axiom? Yeah, not on the globe hypothesis. I received opinions we don't need it because postulate 1 do the job for you. And look, Bev, I simply wanted to ask you why you think the postulate's there, and you have explained that. And you have explained that. Not on the globe hypothesis. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. I'm sorry.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. Be quiet. You just on your own.
I'll be perfectly honest. I'm sure there are better people back at the other place, the blue place, who can prove this. And we're happy to talk to you.
No logic, no wisdom, no worries.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
You know.
No reason, no logic, no answers to questions.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
Right? That I hold to be a self-evident.
It's a self-evident truth of reality that all triangles, in reality, have 180 or the sum of two right angles.
Be quiet. Not on the globe. Well, it's an assumption.
It's not an assumption, is it?
Sorry. For Euclid, it was an assumption because he knew he couldn't prove it. There was a huge debate which went on for centuries. You call it the triangle axis.
What, that he couldn't prove that triangles have 180
They tried.
degrees?
They thought there was a question: is the fifth postulate? You call it the triangle axis. Triangle axis. Is it self-evident or not? A huge debate.
Weird times, buddy.
You know?
Weird times, buddy. You've brought an argument into a group of people that aren't ready for it.
Be quiet. You cannot. Euclidean geometry. You call it the triangle axiom. It does not follow. It doesn't work. Not on the globe. I don't need it as an assumption because we can prove it. You can prove it from the first postulate. For fuck's sake. Horizontal lines can easily not be. You can just, as I suggested, you just sort of get a horizontal plane, right? You know, you put two crossing lines on them, and by definition, any two lines, straight lines on a horizontal plane, are themselves horizontal. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
You don't understand.
Well, that I hold to be a self-evident truth. For fuck's sake.
You don't understand.
If you could prove it, it wouldn't be a postulate.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah. Because he's got just about a triangle, yeah.
The question is, why did Euclid include that axiom? You call it the triangle. That postulate or axiom. Why did you include that at all? If you know.
Because it sort of shows that triangles have 180 degrees, right? Or the sum of two right angles.
Not on the globe. You're saying, for fuck's sake. How does it show? How does it show? Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you can prove that, but why did he include that? Be quiet. If you can.
Oh, you can prove it.
You call it the triangle axiom. If you can prove that triangles have the sum of the angles is two right angles, why would you need postulate? That's my question. I will not verbally disagree with it. What goes on in my own head is my own business. I do not believe that. Be quiet.
You don't understand.
You call it the triangle axiom. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Yourself, not someone be quiet.
You have a horizontal plane, and any straight line not on the globe must itself be horizontal. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. Yeah, not on the globe hypothesis. I was temporarily agreeing.
Right, so you've managed to confuse a lot of people within that argument.
I was temporarily agreeing.
Because you weren't trying to say that all horizontals are not parallel because you can draw
not on the
cross on a piece of paper, are you?
You know?
That wasn't the argument.
Not on the globe.
Because some people have took it as though that is.
For fuck's sake. Separate discussion. Happy to talk about that one day.
Yourself, not someone be quiet.
Point again is that you cannot prove it. A lot of people, you call it the triangle axis. Centuries, millennia, thought you could prove the fifth postulate. You call it the triangle axis from the preceding thought. Be quiet. I was temporarily agreeing. Not on the globe. You call it the triangle axis. Not on the globe.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Be quiet.
Just on your own.
Well, that I hold to be a self-evident truth. Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worries.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
Not on the globe, you know.
No reason, no logic, no answers to your question.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
Betty, do you believe the water surface is a horizontal plane of reference?
It's a horizontal plane, possibly, but not on the blowpipe. Let's assume.
Thank you.
The surface of either swimming pool, a horizontal establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? Let's assume.
Thank you.
The surface of either swimming pool establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? It's not really a problem. Yeah,
It's not a problem because there's only 3 straight lines. How fucking difficult can it be?